Hello. Um, Good evening. Okay, so tonight it's weird to have an echo. Um, yeah, I was told I was supposed to speak in the microphone. Okay. So tonight we're back to in person, which is something exciting to see your faces and other support members here. I've not met in person yet. Actually, really lovely to be on here together. But because we're back in person, we're going to do public comment in accordance with our bylaws, which will abstract the procedure and policy followed by our authorizer next week. So that was outlined for everyone in the agenda that was posted, but I wanted to go over it in a little bit more detail on the technical how it will work tonight. So at any point, if you want to speak on an item on the agenda that requires voting, or if you want to make a public comment at the general public comment session at the end of the meeting, you can turn in your public comment card. There are blank public comment cards. Thank you. There are blank public comment cards on this chair here, I believe on a chair here in the corner, and there were some at the front of the room. If you run out of public cards, please just come up here and tell me, and I can try to get you a public comment card. You can submit them at any time before the item upon which you'd like to speak. When the item comes up, that's going to have a public comment period. Adrian will announce that this is a voting item, and you need to turn in your public comment card on this item before the public comment period is called. So typically for those of you that may be new to our meeting, the motion will be made. If it's seconded, they'll be first opened up to board comment. And then after the board comment period, it will be opened up to public comment period. Then after that, we will vote on the motion. Okay, each comment period is going to be limited to 30 minutes. So that's 30 minutes for each voting item, as well as the general comment period at the end. For the comments I've received, what I've been doing is just marking first, second, third, fourth, and those are the order in which we'll call them here. The last thing is, I'll just note that in our rules, we ask that speakers refrain from making accusatory or defamatory comments about individuals by name. And we note that speakers who violate this policy or violate our general public comment policy, speaking out of turn, or say things that are accusatory or defamatory about an individual by name, you will be asked to stop, and you may be asked that it may be directed that you will not be able to speak for the remainder of the meeting. And if that cannot be followed again, we may ask you to leave the meeting so that we can keep decorum and allow for public comment according to our rules. I also ask that there just be a little patience on this. We're going to do this is my first time doing it with this since we've been in COVID for a year. But beyond patience, after the meeting, if you have any feedback on this process, I ask that you email me. I'm cbordelon@lfno.org, and I'll take that feedback and we'll work with it and see what we can do to try to make this better. Okay, so that's it.
Matthew Moreland, Caroline Bordelon,
Present.
Lauren Knight, present. Brett Long, I believe he's on his way. Graham Bosworth, I believe he is also on his way. David Amos, Dr. Ann Neese, Adrian Warren, Dr. Sharon Roberts, Anitra Walker, and Keith Bartlett. We do.
Before we do that, the next item is a voting item. So if you have public comment on the motion to approve the minutes, make sure you get that into me. Wait. Just be clear. So just be clear, this is the motion to amend the agenda to remove the May 17 meeting minutes for approval.
Yeah, my name is Max Ehrenberg. I'm a parent. I don't think that any further business should happen. In your announcement to hold this meeting, you said there were 3 venues people could attend: person, YouTube, and Zoom. You have only allowed for public comment and parent input on one of those. I do not think that that is in the spirit of open fair access laws, and you're silencing the parents. It's unacceptable. It's the first thing you have. You're shutting off comments to a huge part of the Lycée Francais community. So I don't think any further business should happen until you figure out how we can include all of those voices in this as well.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. For those of you who don't know me, I met some of you at the executive committee. My name is Delaney Volmer. I'm a parent of 2 Lycée rising second graders. I kind of just wanted to echo what Max said a little bit. I was originally going to comment on the motion to approve the minutes. Now I'm commenting on this amending the agenda. And it's just related to kind of the general chaos surrounding the organization of open meetings. And this wasn't posted. You guys have had these meeting minutes for a while. The meeting agenda has changed several times. The minutes weren't posted. And it's just a lot of chaos. And I know you guys work, we work, we're all trying to be respectful of each other's schedules. And I really just want to put on the record that it's very difficult for all of us, yourselves and ourselves included, that all of these changes keep happening. And I also just want to echo, I interact with LFNO staff, and I got a notice that a meeting was canceled at 11:30 at night on a Sunday. If my boss was asking me to do things at 11:30 at night on a Sunday, I don't know how long I would have worked there. And I'm not speaking for Miss Elaine. I know she posts them. I'm just saying this is really difficult for all of us. And I just want to put on the record that, let's do better. That's all. Thank you.
On the motion to amend. All right, we have public comment on the motion agenda at issue right now, which is Ray Orton. I'm sorry. Yeah, if it's on the motion, if it's the motion to amend the agenda to remove approval of the May minutes, Ray, you can go.
Yes. We want to get information out to you as soon as we could. I'm trying to clear my time. So that is the reason we're doing it. I'm really late. Is very happy to put up something and get it, and she was very happy to do it. We rescheduled this meeting when we did. Today, we noticed if the 5:17 minutes were not posted on the website with time for people to review them. And without time for people to review them, we don't feel it's fair or appropriate for people for us to share those, for us to vote on those minutes when the public hasn't had adequate time to review. So the motion is to remove those from tonight's. Okay. I'm trying to leave myself there. I'm sorry. When the speakers are turned up, you might hear their line. I'm referring you to Josh. I'm sorry. What? The technical difficulties they make the interactive meeting very not practically possible from our experience. So the 5:17 minutes were not made available to the public. So the motion is to amend the agenda to only vote on those that were made available to the public 24 hours in advance for the review and have public comment on. We can't take the vote on that or limit the motion that is made on the agenda unless the board, by 2/3 vote, amends the agenda per Robert's Rules of Order.
And to add, it doesn't mean that we will not provide the minutes from the main meeting or vote on them. It just means they weren't prepared in time for this particular meeting. So we will make sure that they're on the July agenda.
So no further public comment?
Can anyone attending the meeting?
Yes, please.
Type it in the chat.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off. And if you don't speak, they can't hear you. We're streaming, so thank you.
Bring it down here.
That's fine.
I'm Jill Holland. I'm a parent of 3 children, 2 of whom will be leaving Lycée for next year. Only one of whom will be staying, and I'm the outgoing president for the 2020-21 school year.
Sorry.
Yes, Jill Holland. Sure. My question is in regards to the comment from a parent regarding not approving the minutes and allowing parents who are not here to vote. Does the board have a way for parents who are not able to attend and are attending virtually to comment? Because the instructions were just the instructions were unclear, and we want to make sure that all of those families who are not in attendance have the opportunity to submit their comments.
Yeah, I think that's a good piece of feedback that we actually, you're the second person that's brought that to my attention. For this meeting, we don't have the capacity to take public comments for those people participating virtually. Public comment cards could have been submitted prior to the meeting. But we will take that into consideration and work on that for the next meeting. Sorry.
Is there a board member here that is willing to look at the comments and rate and say there is a virtual parent who has their comments? Because and I understand, because we've been doing PTO board meetings this way, so I completely get it. You know, it's all a hiccup that we're trying to get through.
Right.
But in order to make sure that all of our community is represented, is there a board member that would be willing to read those comments? Because
it's a great suggestion.
It's a new system.
No, it's a great suggestion. We'll take that into account. It's not on our motion. It's on our agenda today to move for that, but I think it'll be punted to one of our committees. But I appreciate the feedback. I will take that feedback. I will respond that, we've all gotten used to this virtual world of COVID. It's my profession as well. And I think it's a great tool in that it increases accessibility to our meetings, but the ability to comment virtually is something that our bylaws do not currently address, and we don't currently have a procedure for right now. But I take the feedback. I think that's a wonderful suggestion, and we'll see how we can work on that. I think I just echo Matt's point that we do have some technological limitations on that, so it may be a submission. We'll brainstorm. I don't want to. It's not up for discussion tonight, but I will take that feedback and make sure it gets on an agenda, and we will discuss and figure out a solution to that.
So I do understand about the bylaws, because the PTO board will also be amending their bylaws this summer for virtual items. However, I would like to state for the record that our community is not accurately represented here to give comment and to ask questions because the preparations were not made. Thank you.
On one issue that perhaps we should consider involving the PTO in helping us participate to get that word back to us in those meetings. And I thank you for bringing up the way that y'all have done it in your meetings. I think we could perhaps learn something and find a process that'll work for everybody to be heard. So thank you. Seeing no further public comment, there's a motion to amend the agenda to strike the review and approval of the 5/17 meetings and have the motion read, motion to approve minutes from 6/9 meeting of the Board of Directors. All those in favor? Nope, we're just approving to amend the agenda. The motion carries unanimously. The motion carries unanimously. Now we have the motion to Nietzsche.
So we're just approving the 6/9 meeting. Yes.
We can,
It's my understanding the last vote was tabled for minutes. Is that correct? And you're not gonna vote.
Delaney, it's my understanding you're withdrawing. No further public comment.
Electors, all those in favor? The vote. The law.
If you need to speak, you need to use the microphone, and ideally turn off your microphone when not using it, because I guess it's creating some feedback on YouTube. Thanks, everybody.
The streaming audience can hear as well.
Just one comment I want to make, and I realized this after we discussed it in executive session. Monday evening, you mean in executive committee meeting? I apologize, the executive committee meeting. Thanks for the correction, Caroline. By having meetings on Mondays, it requires all of our agendas are posted on Fridays by 5 p.m. and just want to consider that, or 6 p.m., excuse me, just want to consider that sometimes that's difficult for our staff members to help us do that late in the evening. So if we're going to continue having Monday, meeting in the evening, we should either try to post more in advance, or we should consider having them on Tuesday. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. Any other discussion among the board? Ms. Nouvelle-Orléans, is there any public comment on this issue? Seeing none, there is a motion to approve the 2021-22 calendar for regular board meetings. For regular board meetings. All those in favor? Okay. Went to Mr. Jethro Sulliston, and I'm sorry if I butchered your last name. Mr. Sulliston had to school meeting as early as March 5th this year, and he agreed to help us through transition, help us through the tolerance as working at the school. Would stay on through an effective date of June 30th.
Well, I'm coming here not to say goodbye because I personally don't say goodbye. I've been here since this was just an idea. Yeah, absolutely. So, but I wanted to thank the board and everybody here who trusted in me, helping me grow as a person, as a human, and also in my professional life. I want to thank my colleagues also that always have been with me every day and always support me in the work that I do. And I want to thank the parents specifically because when I got here, my first contacts were parents. A parent invited me to be part of this. A parent convinced me this is a good idea. Don't go work at Whitney Bank. Don't go be a banker, but come work here. I don't know, but I trusted that parent, and this is going to be my 10th year on the 30th. So it's not a goodbye. And since the time I announced, since February and March, that I was intending on going to try something else, I always mentioned that I want to see the project through. So if the board allows me and parents wants me to do it and my colleague wants to still deal with me remotely, I would love to do that. But thank you, and thank you everybody for having me.
Resignation of Director Eric Youngbacher. Mr. Youngbacher tendered his resignation last week or the week prior, effective immediately. And so we need the minutes to reflect that Mr. Youngbacher is no longer on the board. And as you can note from the website, he has been removed from the board members per his request. Next, we have the presentation of Fazan Consulting for the HR report. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Shannon.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Shannon Fazan. I'm the CEO of Fazan Consulting. We are a full-service human capital management firm. We were asked by the board chair, Matthew Moreland, to provide our expertise as a result of a 32-page statement of concern made by the former HR director, Elizabeth Gilbo. We agreed upon a scope of work to, one, it was 3 parts. One, to calm the conflict that existed in the organization based on Ms. Gilbo's statement of concern. The second part was to second part of the scope of work was to look at the HR infrastructure and determine if there were any concerns, any breakdowns in process. And then the third part was to make a recommendation for records management, which is what we did. So the purpose of this report was not to give fuel to the statement of concerns. It was not to investigate any types of employee relations issues. We accepted this scope of work, and before my firm started its work, Ms. Gilbo resigned, and it was very quickly. So, well, it was quick to us because we were still in the midst of getting our bearings and getting an understanding of what was going on. And a couple days later, we got notification that she resigned, which removed some of the immediate conflict that was happening within the organization and within that specific team. So my firm came in and looked at a 32-page document. We used that as a basis of, okay, what are some of the high-level things that are that jump out from an HR perspective, and from a perspective that would be of concern to someone with my expertise. Some of these things we found and put in our report. Does everyone have access to this report? Okay, so you have seen the report. So I will take questions or something from the board. Questions from the board? Yeah. Do you want me? I don't have any questions for you directly, Ms. Fazan, other than it's our understanding that the school, from your report as well as from what we're hearing from members of the administration, is that the school not only needs a third party to come in and help build an infrastructure for the future, but also needs immediate assistance in administering the HR duties day to day. And so my question would be, is it Fazan Consulting's recommendation from the report that the board consider hiring a third party to do both to help administer the immediate needs of the school's HR department in the day-to-day now, and also help develop that infrastructure for the future? Or is it up to the board, or is there a recommendation that we hire two separate entities for those two things?
So I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to take a little bit of a scenic route. So so now you have evidence, right? A report that says these are the things that need to be addressed. Those are competing priorities. There's, in the world of HR, nothing is just you do this and then you do this and then you do this. Whatever you touch is connected to something else. So if you think you're going to fix this, you may have to fix 4 other things to actually address this one thing, right? So if you think about bringing someone into this organization, and I will use Ms. Gilbert as an example, right? When you bring someone into an organization, they have to have a very specific skill set to be able to build the plane and fly the plane at the same time. It's a little bit unfair to bring somebody into an organization unless they have that skill set and unless they are specific, they're very aware that this is what I'm coming in to do. My background in human resources is building HR functions. So if I were applying for this job, this would not scare me because I build and fly at the same time. That's my skill set. Not everyone has that skill set. So if you hire someone to sell, we have those competing priorities. We're in the midst of getting ready for the next school year. You probably have some things, from my guess, not that anybody said this, but based on my expertise, you probably have some things that need to get done and need to get done immediately. So to get you ready to open your doors in August. That's not these things. That has to do with our staff. That has to do with making sure there are teachers in the classroom. That has to do with making sure that the teachers that are in the classroom have everything that they need, including their paperwork and all the stuff that goes along with visas, right? To get them here and to get them acclimated is happening. So that is the #1 priority. That's not in this report. So it is your decision. You have to make the decision based on what is in this report to say, if we hire a third party, that third party can come in, they can fix this stuff, they can assist with the day-to-day. But prior to hiring somebody in this environment, you need to do a job analysis and you need to understand what is it that we want this person to do so we know what skill set they're going to need to have, right? To be successful in this environment. If we fix it, if you hire a third party to come in and build the infrastructure and you fix it, then the probability of you finding someone with an adequate skill set to come in and manage it shoots up astronomically. If you're trying to find a needle in the haystack, not that I'm calling myself a needle in the haystack, but I do have a very specific set of expertise. If you're trying to find the needle in the haystack, then it's going to take you longer and you're going to run into the same problems of throwing somebody, in a swimming pool and say, sink or swim. That's not necessarily, that's not as, I don't see much success in that in organizations from my vantage point. I had to be very careful about how I read out the recommendations in this report because I am the third party and I am the skill set that they need, but I don't want to tell them to hire me. So I didn't specifically say, hey, hire me. I specifically wrote it that way so that they can make the decision and do whatever due diligence they have to do to find the right skill set to come in and fix it. Another thing that I would tell you guys is that Ms. Gilbert wrote down a lot of stuff. It was 32 pages, right? So I just want to call you guys because I know my children go to the school. My daughter started at the school. She went to pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 here many years ago. Many years ago? I know. Yes. Our daughters were the same class for a couple of years. But this is not, I want to calm your fears a little bit. This is not anything out of the ordinary. This is some stuff that needs to happen. It's not going to close your doors, does not put your children in any kind of jeopardy. I understand that it rises to the level of attention of somebody takes time to write a 32-page document and say, make all of these allegations and accusations. But from the HR expert in the room, a lot of that stuff is not stuff that will rise to the level of concern for somebody in my role. It is what the board did exactly what they should have done. Someone brings this to their attention and they found someone, hey, help us out with this, right? Based on the timing, based on the scope of work, based on the number of hours, they wanted to bring some level of expertise to this organization to say, hey, here's what you need. There was a quick turnaround time on this. So our scope of work did not include actually addressing the issues. But we identified the priorities that I think the board now understands they need to focus on. And I just want to tell you guys that in as much as someone creates this document and they make all of these accusations and it seems like, you know, the world is going to end, so to speak, from a business perspective, this is not anything out of sort of the range of things that could that necessarily need to be addressed, especially in an institution of education. The business of this institution is to make sure that your kids are being educated, to make sure that your children are safe, to make sure that they're being nurtured. And to my knowledge, that is happening. We just have to address the business side. If it's not happening, forgive me, but the business side, the board is now taking steps to address what's happening on the business side. So, any other questions from the board? Yes, sir. Can you tell me more, please?
I'm David Amos. My question is on the last part of communication. I just wanted to get your deeper thoughts on breakdowns of communication between the administration, the board, the staff, and also the parents.
So one of the things that came up in our interviews with key staff is that there is a sort of this, I don't know if this is policy or if this is just something that is expected. I don't know where this came from, but when look at you since you asked the question. It was brought to my attention that if there's any policy change that needs to be made or any kind of operational decision that needs to be made on the school level, it has to be brought to the governance committee, and then they're sent back, the school administrators are sent back to the staff to ask for approval. You will never survive with that type of process because some decisions have to be made that might be financial decisions where people will be impacted or think that they're being impacted, but the decision is based on the whole and not the fee, right? It has to be for the existence and the continuation of the organization. If there's some kind of policy or some kind of process in place where there has to be some staff involvement or some buy-in, that needs to be outlined specifically. What does it mean to say there needs to be staff buy-in? Is that 51% of the staff? Is it, how does one facilitate making a decision that way in an organization where I've never worked for an organization where I'm just using financials as an example. If there's something that needs to happen with the budget, then I would have to go to my employees and say, hey guys, can you approve this? So whatever the board is requiring of the administration, that needs to be a process, and it needs to be specifically defined, because it's a little hard to make decisions when you don't understand, like what that process is. So that's why we put the communication part in there. There are some communication issues within the organization in terms of how information is disseminated to faculty and staff. We think that there should be a documented process for when and how and why and where we communicate to our staff, what mediums we use and why we use those mediums. I get very granular in organizations because it eliminates chaos, right? And if people understand that if it's just a broad general, we have a newsletter and these things go in the newsletter, then they should understand how they're going to receive information. And it just may be an internal process that they build with whoever handles communications on being specific about how we communicate with our staff, what we communicate, and how we communicate that, and when we communicate it. So. But communication is key. That's why it was highlighted in this report.
Hi, I'm Sharon Roberts. Thank you for your report and summary. As a follow-up to David's reference to the final finding and recommendation about communication, the recommendation was also to outsource the handling of employee relations matters to a third-party expert. But that also consists of managing or developing a grievance protocol, right? So the grievances that come regarding employee personal information has some sort of initial channel, right, that it can be addressed before coming to the board level, right? With the board then having to go back to inquire why specific employee relations issues may not have been addressed. So I just wanted to.
So the reason for that recommendation is someone created, the former director of human resources wrote a 32-page memo and implied that there are additional employee relations issues happening within the organization that the public, including you guys, may not know about. In our inquiry, we did not find or was not provided any other employee relations issues. That is not to say that they don't exist, but when someone exits an organization quickly and swiftly, everybody's trying to figure out, let's go through emails, let's go through files, let's go through, you guys are working in a virtual environment, so it's just not that easy to get access to information, right? So because of the allegations that were made in that report, I am under the assumption that there are some people that are very concerned in this environment, right? And when you have trust issues, it is hard to have people come to you. So there's several things going on. It is said in an interview with a key stakeholder, I don't understand why parents and faculty go straight to the board and they don't come to us first. Like there's a process for this, right? So one, communication. So we are unaware that this is what the process is. Two, we look at your employee handbook and say you really need to define specifically what that process is. People shouldn't be coming to the board unless their burdens or their issue, they feel they have not gotten the proper results or attention that they need from the administration first. So to completely skip the administration is telling me you have communication issues and you have trust issues. If you have trust issues, then your employees are not coming to human resources much in all fairness. Kind of doesn't exist right now because you don't have someone in that role. Where do they go? Also, you have to be careful in organizations when your HR person reports to a CFO or a CEO. CEOs make decisions, CFOs control the budget. When somebody says the budget is impacted this way, then people naturally assume that HR is lockstep with what's happening with those decisions, when that is not actually, may not always be the case, right? So people will naturally assume that HR is just a part of this administration that's making all of these decisions, and they're not talking to us. They're not, we don't trust them. They all sit in the same office. We don't trust them. So until there is some analysis of this reporting structure, some analysis of how this department is going to be structured, with what skill set, how many people, where they're going to get hired, who they're going to report to, those types of things. They recommended that you just have a third party come and handle your employee relations issues until, if you decide that you're going to have an HR team, until you figure out, or until, if you hire a third party, figures out what the best reporting structure is going to be for this environment. So that is the reason why. If there's anything bubbling under the surface, if there's anything that was left that wasn't attended to, needs to be leading the organization the way that should do it, or if there's anything someone may have wanted to come to her and and report something or say something, she's no longer here. So someone needs to be in place to handle those types of issues. And it probably would be best right now, because you guys have a lot going on with this administration. It probably would be best to have someone that is, separate and apart to start rebuilding that trust. Can you have the water, please? Let me take one of these waters. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I have a quick question. Just based on what you know of this charter school landscape, how many kind of single charter schools, not management organizations, but just one-off charters, outsource their HR function? How common is that?
I don't have insight into that. I have worked for 2 charter schools, Einstein Charter School, and the International High School of New Orleans. The International High School of New Orleans, at the time that I was there in 2014 to maybe 2016, decided that they were going to outsource their HR function. And so I don't think it's unique. What I will say is let me say this the right way. For a school of this size, in terms of employees, you do not necessarily need to carry a human resources person on your books. It's expensive because you're paying for benefits, you're paying for all of that stuff. If you outsource certain functions, you could cut down on that expense. But it's not unusual for that. But I don't know specifically which schools outsource it and which schools don't. Yes. I just passed this one.
I'm just asking that's in the context of all of the specific HR duties that we have with the school that's hiring teachers from France and has to work on visas constantly.
More specifically, like the JD one, visa, the coordination of HR services for foreign nationals. Like we do have a specific HR need at this school that may not be. I don't think it's very common.
So what I will say is, this is why I made the recommendation that you need to take before you decide if you're gonna hire a person, hire a third party, and a person. You have to take into consideration the needs of the administration and the organization. So you have to work closely with the organization. And I have given you a good idea of the stuff that needs to be fixed, right? There's stuff that needs to be maintained, obviously, and that there's a process, and the staffing of the school is an ongoing thing. And if you do not know it, it is very complex, right? So you have to take into consideration what you need, and then start deciding, is this something that we want in-house, or is this something that we want to outsource? Do we want everything in-house? Do we want it all outsourced? That is a decision that the board is going to have to make. But my recommendations will be in understanding this environment. So any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Is it? It's not.
Mr. Chairman, can we put the response on an executive committee agenda and do an executive committee meeting? Right, or later? And I want to make sure, no.
Yes, of course. We'll make sure to include it on the next executive committee agenda.
Okay.
Next, we have the item on the agenda, the leadership transition. To open discussion, is there a motion to?
This is a moving item agenda. So if you have public comment, make sure you get it into me before he calls for public comment on the motion. Just
to have discussion on the motion. There is a motion to approve. Do I hear a motion to approve a CEO transition contract?
I make the motion.
David Amos makes the motion. Is there a second? Sharon Roberts for the second. Now we'll open discussion. We have received the resignation of Maria Shane, the CEO, Executive Director, CEO of Lycée Français. That term ends June 30th. And we are left with, of course, a vacancy at our school. There is a posting on the website of a requested contract for a CEO transition. That CEO transition suggests a 3-month transition to help through the end of September, a person to help whoever would be the interim, or if we chose a permanent, but most likely an interim CEO. That was put forward because we wanted to make sure it was shared with everyone. After reviewing some of the subsequent laws, some of the relevant laws, including Louisiana Revised Statute Title 42, Public Officers Employees, Section 1121, assistance to certain persons after termination of public service. It is abundantly clear, and we have confirmed with council, that we could not extend a contract to Ms. Shane because, again, appreciate no public response until the comment period begins. We cannot extend a contract to Ms. Shane because she is prevented from, given her resignation, she is prevented from serving in that capacity or a substantially similar capacity for 2 years at this school. So that being said, I open the discussion of how we as a board can locate an interim and or full-time or permanent CEO. The motion was to open a discussion about it, and then someone can make a motion that we can have discussion. We're having discussion on the motion for the CEO transition plan. Well, we're not voting on that contract. It is a CEO transition contract of any sort and transition plan. So that being said, since this is the trustee mic, I'll start with, thank you. I can do slides. Certainly, thank you. So this is a motion to approve a CEO transition contract and come through the CEO transition plan. There's a discussion we would now have as a board to figure out how to proceed. And so what we need to do is start that conversation as a board here in our open meeting and figure out if anyone has any proposals or recommendations of how or what process, or if there are any suggestions of how we would proceed. I would say, not to Roy Povich it, but I can walk around with this mic to whoever wants it since it's the one that works. I don't know if I copyrighted that. Anyone? Mr. Lowe?
Thank you. Matthew, just to clarify some of the details here, I don't think I was fully aware of this. Is the motion at hand to approve a contract that doesn't have a named counterparty? At this point, are we brainstorming about possible steps but not voting on an actual contract? Am I making sense?
I think what needs to happen is the motion needs to be removed from the table, and then we can have a board discussion on something else. I mean, we're not, yeah, but because we can still discuss the leadership transition as a board. Yeah. Does this one work?
It seems the primary concerns that we have in transition is assuring that we are in communication and doing our due diligence in terms of the code of teachers communicating with the French government. I honestly don't know the best approach here, but has anyone at this point reached out to the French consulate to see what assistance they might be able to give into this situation in terms of keeping the lines of communication open and the recruiting the code of teachers? Yes, I have reached out to the Code Director for Louisiana and the Consul General for France regarding education issues and have not heard back on this specific issue.
First of all, I want to thank you all for being so patient with my hearing aids. I can hear you all. I can hear all of us, and I am ecstatic. So, to go on, in my experience, this is not something that happens quickly most of the time. But the idea of the 3-month, what's it called, transition contract, is that we could perhaps find someone who's familiar with the organization who could act as a temporary person to take over the duties because they're part of this organization. And then we could go from there and have a little more time to find a CEO.
David, you're going next. Go ahead.
I agree with you, Ann, but also I think we need to engage a search consultant to find a CEO.
Does this work?
Does this work? Ooh, it's working. Thank you, Josh. Great. Caroline, you can go first. There's two that work. Oh, okay. Well, so, I think in the spirit of what Ann and David said, I certainly think that either, we need to form a CEO search committee and or engage an outside party to assist with that. And I think the idea of the transition contract, like you said, Matthew, was to try to create some continuity over the next few months with some of internal expertise and understanding what the summer looks like, not just for teacher recruitment, but also just getting a school closed up and running. As someone who's worked in charter schools, for years, the summer is the busiest time of year for administration. And, in consideration of that, I have put some thought into this since knowing that Marina tendered her resignation. And while I don't know that tonight is the right venue for the discussion, I just wanted to put forth Danielle Dufashard's name. She's currently serving as the lower elementary school principal. She's had various roles here at Lycée, and she has an MBA in finance, which I think could bring a business acumen to this role, which I think is greatly appreciated at the CEO level. And currently, since January, I believe, she's been participating in a very competitive fellowship called E3, via New Schools for New Orleans. And the purpose of that exact fellowship is to take excellent school leaders, bring them in and train them for chief level positions. So, like I said, I don't know if tonight and right now is the right venue to discuss this, but it was just something that I wanted to put her name forth as consideration because she is an internal person. She has dedicated lots of time and expertise to our school and to Patton. And I think that as an internal person, if she is amicable to doing so and having that discussion, I think she could be a good candidate to hold this temporary position while either an executive search happens outside or internally with a assembled committee. So that's what I wanted to say.
I want to make sure that as a board we understand like this is urgent, and I don't want to wait an entire month before the board comes together to decide on an interim CEO. So it sounds like we've had two suggestions about maybe a committee of the board making a swift decision, or perhaps, as David said, I think engaging a consultant. But I want to make sure that it's clear, like a consultant, I would love to engage a consultant on any phase, whether it's interim or final CEO. But I think for the interim CEO, like, we do need to move very quickly. My suggestion would be that we do form a committee of this board to vet that recommendation. It's my understanding that our bylaws allow for our chair or finance, or what do you call the treasurer? Not the finance guy. The treasurer to sign contracts of employment under a certain value. And I believe that a 3-month contract or 1 month or whatever we would decide on for interim CEO would be that. So I don't know if we want to decide as a board that that's how we want to handle this interim decision. But I think we should leave today knowing that what our next steps are, because I don't want this to linger for an entire month.
So my question is, if she takes over as the interim, who would then get into her position? So that's the other. So it's just one. So who would be next to just step up for that few minutes, not a few minutes, but for those couple of months, those 3 months, because the school has to still function.
So
Yeah, totally agree, Anitra. I mean, so, you know, again, in this transitionary period, you know, again, decisions need to be made pretty swiftly. It's summer, we need to find someone to go in place. And while I know that we as a board want to put our hands in this and get things moving as quickly as possible, once we choose a leader, like they are our one employee, and then we have to support them and entrust them to make decisions as far as how to staff the school. And it's a very large charge for that person to take on. So that's why I believe, you know, yes, we need to move swiftly. Yes, this decision needs to be made. I don't know that we have the answer, nor do we get to decide who slides in the primary school role. But I think we can certainly lend our support and make sure that whoever the interim CEO has ample resources at their disposal to make the necessary decisions and hires that need to be made to keep Lycée functioning highly.
If you are going to have a 3-month interim, I would hope that you would not exclude the person who accepts that interim position from being named the permanent CEO. Often institutions will choose not to have those persons receive that appointment, and I think that could be a mistake, especially if you like the job the interim is doing. So I would ask that we keep that open.
I just wanted to say that as an educator myself, getting ready for the upcoming school year, I'm thinking about the parents and the children and the need for communication. I'm thinking of the teachers, the buildings that need to be moved into. I'm new to the board, but I don't want to see that the transition creates a lot of disruption for families. This is a reopening from COVID. And I really do urge that we come to some decision about understanding and communicating to our public that this is a temporary solution here. This is not a finalized idea for CEO transition. We would want a CEO transition to be robust, independent, and attract the best kind of talent that can fix many of the problems and take the school into a direction that every stakeholder would like to see the school move to. So I definitely think that as a board, if we are able to, since we have an existing member of the Lycée leadership who has the institutional memory, history, and expertise to move us through these next coming weeks, that if it's possible for us to answer some of those questions. I know my colleague Anitra asked whether there be someone who can assist at the elementary pattern campus, should the recommended candidate, Principal Danielle, be able to step in the next couple of weeks. Is it possible for us to ask her to respond? I don't know, but it would be good for us to know this information going forward so we're not guessing in future conversations. So I think two things are happening here. We should move with some pace in terms of so that parents know who to communicate to, teachers know who to get directives from. The new French teachers have a liaison. We cannot keep calling the French government as a board every 5 seconds. And so that we can task leadership on to someone to hold us down for the next 90 days while we activate as an executive committee of the board is proper search and bring in the expertise to do so going forward. So I just wanted to see if we can ask as a board of Principal Danielle, first, if she is willing to serve in a 90-day capacity, and secondly, if there would be someone who is able to support the elementary school in that capacity, so we can have some clear direction to families who their point of person can be over the next few days, and understanding that this is a temporary transition so that someone who has an institutional knowledge of what happens can hold the fort down while the proper process takes place to bring in a new CEO. That's all.
And I have another thought, and that is that perhaps rather than a lady board, you might even make it a full year. Realize that if you start a search, once the school year has begun, you will need lots of capable people who are already in the contract. And you need to be willing
to come. And furthermore, to have a shift in administration after the beginning of the school year could be a little unsettling in the schools. You want to have as smooth a transition as possible. So something I think about is the length of time for the interim. Well, I think that we could ask Danielle to respond. I think first, I'm hearing two different things that we need to amend the agenda, I believe, to make those motions. But the question I'm hearing, we need to establish a CEO search committee, and then if, after hearing her respond, if we want to go down the road of that discussion for the interim, I would suggest not putting a timeline on the interim, and we'd have to consult counsel if it's the belief of the board to do this, but to set a timeline on a process, we don't know how it's going to happen, whether it could happen in 3 months or take 6, or as you suggested, Keith, a year or longer. So my suggestion only is when we're having that discussion that we don't talk about the limitation of 90 days or 1 year. And I just point that out, that I think the requested 3-month contract may be lending to seeing that's what was asked for. That was on a related topic that's not on the table. So I don't want this board's discussion to be limited by the 90 days that was previously proposed.
Just to add my 2 cents to this conversation, I agree that there's a kind of a competition of interest here, which is the risk of maybe rushing into a decision against the risk of having a leadership vacuum that damages the school. And I agree, for whatever it's worth, with Caroline that someone quickly, even if it's just as a ad hoc committee that's appointed by the board, is probably the best choice of the two. I also agree with that, but there shouldn't be a time limit on the interim. I think the interim position should exist until we are able to select a permanent CEO, whoever that happens to be. But I also agree, I think, with David that permanent CEO position really needs an expert consultant to be brought in order to do that. I don't think we as a board should be taking that on unilaterally. Whatever that's worth.
If I could suggest that, June 30th is fast approaching, and it sounds to me that from what I'm hearing that they need to have another meeting, a special board meeting between now and then. I mean, we can agree or disagree, but I don't feel comfortable putting Danielle on the spot right now after just bringing this forth to the table. I think it would be something that she would need time to consider and have discussions with, a member or two of the board, her staff and other staff members. But I also think that this is something that needs to be done out in the open and in a public forum. So.
I would make a motion that the chair appoints set an ad hoc committee for the purpose of nominating and presenting to the board for vote a interim CEO.
I think the spirit of Mr. Bosworth's recommendation is a point, but I think we can accomplish that without a motion. So thus we would not have to move the agenda, amend the agenda. Doesn't need to be a motion for me to appoint an ad hoc committee.
Sorry, my understanding of the bylaws, section 3, other board committees, in addition to the executive governance, academic, finance, and facilities committees that are established by these bylaws, the board of directors may create and organize itself into other committees. The chair can appoint committee heads,
understanding under section 2, but I do think we have to move to amend the agenda and as a board decide that we want to create this committee. And then, you could, the chair could task it to existing. Yeah. Definitely, that could happen too. We would have to move to amend, and that could be something at the appointment of the chair.
I would turn to Mr. Bosworth. It's your suggestion. Would you agree with the concept of tasking it to the executive committee?
I would say that the executive committee is obviously made up of certain individuals. I think there are other members of this board that have expertise that I really think should be brought to bear in that conversation. I don't think it necessarily makes sense to limit it to the executive committee. And if we're going to be bringing other board members into the conversation on an equal footing, it should be an ad hoc committee. And that's just my 2 cents. Laura, did you have something? So, in creating an ad hoc committee, it wouldn't even necessarily be limited to board members. There could be other personnel we could bring in that would also then have equal voice, i.e. a vote in the equation. And I think that even if we're going to do it quickly, that has potential value. So, no, my recommendation, even if it isn't a motion, would be to an ad hoc committee and not the executive committee. So, do you have a motion to amend the agenda to appoint an ad hoc committee? I will make a motion at this time to our agenda to allow for the appointment of an ad hoc committee for the purpose of making a recommendation to the board for an interim CEO. Is there any discussion on the motion to simply amend the agenda so this motion can be on the floor? Is there any other comments? I want to make sure I give time. Caroline? There's a motion to amend the agenda to include appointment of an ad hoc committee on the agenda, and that motion is before the board for a vote. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Now we have, if you would restate your motion, just so Lauren can make sure she gets it in the record. I move at this point for the chair to appoint an ad hoc committee for the purpose of making a recommendation to the board of an interim CEO. Is there a second? To accomplish both goals? My motion is simply for the interim CEO because I do agree that the final scenario needs probably some professional input. So this is just for the sole purpose of making a recommendation relatively quickly, frankly, for the interim CEO. And did you second that motion, Ms. Bitter? Our agent? Yep, seconded the motion.
Okay. Adrian Warren seconded the motion. Yes. So this motion is up for discussion before the board. Is there any discussion, which we're not going to make you write really fast? You can take your time writing your question. That is correct. Is there any discussion of the board? Is there any public comment? I believe we have one. Sorry, you didn't get much break for discussion. And if I just ask you, it's a new procedure, but just make sure you introduce yourself. I will.
So, can you hear me now? So, hi, my name is Gaston Galjour. I'm a parent at the school and have been for, I don't know, 9 years now. I guess from an interim CEO search perspective, I would ask why the rush? We have leadership in place at all three campuses. Multi-million-dollar corporations don't feel a rush to fill the CEO position when it's vacated. They take their time. They find the right resource that has the right skills, the right background, the right experience, the right connections in order to make sure that their organization is successful. Ideally, if an interim CEO is going to be named, then it shouldn't be limited to 90 days. When Mr. Bartlett was identified as the CEO for the organization, it took a lot longer than 90 days to identify, vet, and ultimately hire a candidate to put in place. And thankfully, we did find Keith and have him as our CEO and help save the school back when he was appointed. I would encourage whatever the mechanism is that identifies and vets candidates for an interim as well as a permanent position, that we focus on skills and ability, verified, that we find the right candidate, that we make sure that they are going to be able to successfully lead this school into the future. We can't just settle. We can't find whoever's available. We need to make sure that we find the right person. Thanks.
Mr. Ehrenberg? Thank you for your participation, Mr. Gasson.
And it's just, I'd like everybody else to do that as well because it's not happening up there. You got to do something you're not. I think that any ad hoc committee that's appointed needs to have disproportionate numbers of central representation. Your guys' leadership has important. Where we're at today, allowing former CEO to continue in position well past the time that they were affected. So I'd like to see outside experts than any ad hoc committee.
Is this microphone going to record my voice? Do we know? I'll just, can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the notion of how long the interim CEO would be appointed for. I think it's important for the ad hoc committee to have a specific amount of time, because having no time period might make it difficult for the candidates to accept or decline. For instance, if we have a very good candidate that might accept if it's for a year, they might not be willing to if it's just for 3 months. There are a lot of things that that person will need to consider, including the amount of time that they will need to serve. So I just wanted to make that a matter of comment for consideration for the ad hoc committee.
Hi, my name is Allie Lofton. I'm a first-year parent to Lise. Gosh, I feel such positive energy up here, but also very nervous energy. What a year coming to this school, y'all. I emailed all of you individually yesterday. Thank you, David, for responding. Thank you, Lauren, for responding. As a professional communicator with 10 plus years in the industry, response, acknowledgement, whether that is in support or opposition of the person emailing you, is essential. And what has been amiss this last year has been over communication. I have finally found the bandwidth because I cannot not have the bandwidth anymore to listen and read and discover. And I have also been in public service positions for over 10 years. Thank you for what you're doing. It is hard. It is laborious. It is cliche to say, but it is equally important. With great power, Superman, comes great responsibility. And to be in public service comes great responsibility. I am grateful that per the laws, Marina's contract cannot be extended because I think we have the ability here. And as there are many voices here, Mr. Gajours, who spoke up, he is 9 years in. His perspective is quite different from mine. His experience is quite different from mine. I have heard numerous praises and criticisms for Keith's service. Thank you, Keith. Thank you for coming in and everything that you did. We also must remember that without our civility, we have nothing. We have to respect each other and show thanks. Thank you, Keith, for your service, and thank you, everyone on this board. Thank you responding to my emails after numerous ones I sent all year and got none to just this week. Think about what that says to a new parent. To Mr. Gajour's point, we cannot rush into this just to have somebody to tick the boxes. And I say that as a business owner in this city for over 10 years. I deal with numerous aspects as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think it is short-sighted to limit that person to a particular set of days and instead compartmentalize and identify the skill sets that have been lacking and missing in this last year and identify those that were brought up in the governance committee meeting, identify those aspects we are in desperate need of. Thank you.
I'm Delaney Volmer. You guys know me. I talked earlier. I just want to echo a couple of other people's sentiments. One, I don't think we should rush into this. Two, I agree with not necessarily setting a set time frame. I also want to say that I think the ad hoc committee should also be tasked with finding an executive search committee and hiring them, because I don't think that necessarily the Lycée board or staff should be tasked with finding this extraordinary person who's going to come in, because I truly hope for the future of this school that we love and for my kids' for futures that it is somebody extraordinary. And so I think we need an executive search committee. And I don't know if you have the power to include that in this ad hoc's mission, but I think that's important. I also just want to share with you guys, before I came to this meeting, one of my coworkers stopped by my office as I was running out the door with comment cards. And she said, I saw all this stuff about Lycée in the news. Are you worried? Like, are you looking for other schools? And I said no, because my kids are at Patton and they're under the leadership of Danielle. And I have so much faith in those teachers, in that staff. And I have promised you guys, whenever I have something good to say, I'm going to say it. And I said to my coworker, who's a former board member and founder of the International School in Louisiana, that I have faith in this school. And so I have faith in you guys that you're going to find us this next leader, because it's important for our kids. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, would you please restate the motion, or I can have the mover restate it and I can give you the slide.
The motion on the table is to task the chair of the board of directors of LFNO to appoint an ad hoc committee to make a recommendation to the board for an interim CEO.
We have the motion on the table. There's a second. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Madam Secretary, the motion carries unanimously. Are there any other motions on this issue, or moving to amend the agenda for any other? We will name a head of the committee, and we will work again tomorrow to make sure that that committee head is named by the end of business tomorrow. So I've dedicated every day over the past few weeks to Lycée. One more day is another dedication I do not mind making. So I will make sure that we name that head tomorrow. The next item on my reports, sorry, I have, is the appointment of committee chairs of LFNO starting July 1st. The chair of finance will be Brett Long. Facilities, David Amos. Facilities, David Amos. Academics, Dr. Ann Miss. Governance and Curriculum Committee will be chaired by Dr. Sharon Roberts. And athletics, I'm still trying to see if we can get someone to commit to the athletics committee. So I've not named a chair for that at this point. The committee calendars are due for July 12th meeting. So I'm tasking these committees to please form our committees, make sure we get together and have a meeting before July 12th board meeting. So that way, when you have your calendar for the coming year, you're required to have a meeting at least 2 times a year, but we are optimistic that you'll have them more often, but we want to get those calendars locked down so we can get participation and attendance in all the different committee programs from everyone, community, parents, and the board. Everyone that wants to participate, we want to make sure that we have them involved. So again, please, committee chairs, get us your your dates for the July 12th meeting. We do not have an appointee to the Ami de Lycée for July 1st. I have reached out. And he doesn't have, then I don't need to replace David. That's fine. Thank you. The only other issue that I have is the save the date. Upcoming board training for the retreat is August 28th, 2021. That will be on a Saturday. I'd ask all board members to block it out. We will be doing training through the state of Louisiana. This is not just the ethics training that we did earlier this year. This is board training so we can really figure out how to continue to help move this school forward. There are a couple of other announcements that I wanted to share. As I said, I would share information as I had it. The Department of Labor investigation is ongoing, and our council is answering all questions from the Department of Labor. That is the latest report that I have, and wanted to make sure I share all information I have with the board and with the public. As to the material amendment that did not appear on the BESI agenda, we are working directly with Fourth Sector to put together alternative plans for if it is not approved, because the alternative plan is required for our submission. The alternative plan that was provided before, I was informed, was not sufficient. And so we are working to get that together to them and out by Friday at noon. Fourth Sector is working diligently on this issue and working with BESI to see if we can schedule an emergency meeting. I can make no promises. It may not be accepted or called, but an emergency meeting perhaps in the month of July, ideally in the month of July, so we can get approval to use our two campuses and then have a clear, concrete idea where our children are going and how they will be housed. And this is something we want to share with you, but we can't share until we get that amendment. We're working diligently to do it, and I'm sorry that we have to report today that we don't know exactly who is going to be where. But I commend Fourth Sector. Jeff Hill has been working, Celestin has been working with them to come up with a good alternate plan in the event it is not approved, so that way the actual plan, ideally, hopefully, will be approved. Sorry, I don't have anything more concrete, and I don't mean to keep apologizing on that issue, but I want our children to all have homes, and in this vicinity, it would be very nice. That being said, now moving to old business. Lauren, do you want to take the K. Allen Consultants LFNO strategic planning update?
Sure, I'll keep this brief. We held our second portion of the discovery meeting last Friday. It was well attended. I saw a lot of faces here of parents who attended and staff. Thank you so much for coming and bringing your voices. Heard really great feedback from the consulting team that we've engaged. I just want to share just a few next steps in the process so that you know what happens from here. So the internal team of K. Allen Consulting will design a customized data collection tools. From there, they will request document files and artifact data from LFNO. They'll be both qualitative and quantitative. After that, they will make recommendations for the strategic planning working group. And then after that, we'll go to focus groups, interviews, survey distribution to parents, students, staff, and board members. And then from there, the working group meetings will start. So I just wanted to provide an update as far as the next steps on the discovery meetings and the strategic planning project, which we're excited to have a 5-year plan for LFNO moving forward.
Item next item on the agenda is the reports and recommendations of committees. First is the CEO report. Having the CEO and having it posted on the website, the report has been presented and is available for all public viewing. It has been up since late last week. Next, I'll turn to the standing committees. First, we have the academic committee report. Dr. Neese, do you have anything to report?
The academic committee met finally on July 3rd. we experienced difficulty in scheduling out meetings. So I'm really excited next year to have a standing meeting time per month. That just throws me more. But we met, and the agenda we received a report on the DELF test for fifth graders, and all of those children who took it all passed. That was good news. Our eighth graders took the B2 at the end of the school year, so the results from that are not yet in. We also, at that time, had a report on the LEAP test, and as you all know, if you've been around for a while, LEAP scores do not come in until usually the end of July. And you two, am I right? Closer? Okay. I need to, when do LEAP scores come in? So I was right. Good. I need to be correct. We then heard from the curriculum leaders of math, science, the STEM coordinator, Sue Poitcher, and the humanities coordinator, EAA. And they shared with us a plan that they had developed and went through it, and their plan is on the website under the academic committee, so you can find it there if you haven't had a chance to look at it. We were going to try and have a meeting at the end of June, but all the parties said we'll be there on vacation. So that's not going to happen. But I am going to have so that we can have some input into the goals that we should be setting for next year. I received emails from parents who were concerned about the report about the mathematics change affecting algebra and affecting geometry. So it is my understanding that my committee does not have the power to approve recommendations for curriculum. We can have an open forum as we've heard, and continue to allow for you to express your opinions. But yes, I'll do everything I can to help continue that to happen. The final report was from actually not much of a report, but just a request that the high school please change their website to indicate all the courses that are now available for students so parents could have a better view. And we have asked that to happen, and I'll work on that.
Next on the agenda, I have David Amos, Facilities Committee report, and two motions that are on the agenda.
Thanks. I have 5 things to talk about. First and foremost, the construction at Priestley is obviously continuing. I'm sure you've seen and driven by recently. It's been really wet lately, and that's starting to become a problem. There are some potential issues that remain. John updated the Facilities Committee. An issue with the brick supplier that we think that we have resolved. An ongoing issue with the supplier of windows and the timing of getting the windows to the site. We most recently have discovered a fairly decent amount of termite damage to the plaster. The substantial completion date is now late November. We are starting to see some supply chain issues with getting material and equipment and labor. And I know John and Donahue Favret are working as hard as they can to solve those and to get the material to the site as quickly as possible. Our hard cost contingency continues to move lower. We'll have some change orders to approve today. After those are approved, assuming that they are, our hard cost contingency will be a little over $200,000. We started at about $700,000, worked our way up to about $1.2 million, and it's really three major change orders that have brought us back down. Sorry. Let's see what else. Jethro McNair reviewed the new lease with OPSB. It's been reviewed by an attorney who says it's pretty standard, and all of the OPSB leases are now exactly the same. And the work continues to prepare that building for August occupation, obviously in the context of what Matthew just reported. The two motions we have, the first is that the Facilities Committee is recommending that the board approve the contract execution for IT, intercom, security, and video at Priestley. The RFP results for all of these are loaded onto our website, and you can review those at your leisure. That's motion one. Motion two is the committee is also recommending the approval of roughly $210,000 of new change orders. The list should also be on the website. This includes $45,000 from the previous failed test pile issue that's been discussed. The biggest change order here is $155,000 for plaster replacement and rework due to issues during demolition. This does not include the entire rework that we will need to do from the termite damage. There was a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 change orders. The $45,000 plus the $155,000 makes up $200,000 of the $210,000. So the remaining are relatively minor. And again, the Facilities Committee is recommending that we approve those change orders to continue the project. One important part on motion two, with the $45,000 change order from the contractor for the failed test pile, they did agree. We took a 40-day official hit to our timeline with that change order, and they agreed that everything up until that point, which was 2 weeks ago, is all included under that 40-day official change. So right now we're in mid to late November for substantial completion, and the contractor has agreed that everything up until mid-June, I don't know the exact date, is included in that estimate. Again, we are dealing with a lot of weather, as you all know, and that's starting to become a problem. Yeah, I'll make the first motion. The first motion is the motion to approve the contract execution for IT, intercom, security, and video for Priestley.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion of the board?
Just so everyone recalls, at the last meeting, we made a motion and approved the motion to negotiate these contracts, and this motion is to execute them.
No public comment on this issue. There is a motion to approve the contract execution for IT, intercom, security, and video. It is on the floor. Discussion has been had. All those in favor? Carries unanimously, Madam Secretary. The next motion?
The second motion is the motion to approve and ratify the Priestley change orders of $210,000.
Is there a second? Dr. Anby seconds. Is there any discussion of the board?
So Dave, it was hard to hear you, but one of the change orders is for the failed pile driving test pile. Are we, and it sounded like you were saying it's retroactive, like this has already been remedied.
but I wanted to make sure. I thought we were past the stage of construction where all the piles have now passed inspection and. Okay. Hear your answer.
The test pile failed last September. The issue's been remedied. This is the bill.
Okay, that was my only question. Thanks.
Hey, David, can you, I think you said it, can you repeat how much of the contingency still remains? It's a little over $200,000.
How do we, I mean, is there any input on that contingency that's remaining with what's left with the project? Is there any comment from the task force on the construction with that remaining contingency and what's left in the scope of work for the construction project?
I mean, I think we would like to have a higher contingency, but if you recall, it's the fire and smoke evac that really ate it up quickly. And we've had, a series of, I think, more regular change orders since then. As they were going into the building, some of the plaster did start to slip, and that's the biggest one that's included here.
Is a change order for several things, right? So, and this is the bill for a couple of things collectively, not just one.
Sharon, you have to speak in the mic because I can't hear you, and I know they.
That's okay. So this change order is for a combination of several facilities items overall. This is the bill for it, as opposed to one big item, right? That's what I was clarifying from David.
So the test pile is 45,000 of the 210. The plaster is 155,000 of the 210. So the remaining 6 or 7 change orders are all totaled about $10,000. And I have the list if anyone. It's just written so small I can barely read it. Some of it is already done. That was approved under the authorization that Marina had, but remember there's a limit of $100,000 on that authorization. So the test pile has been done, and some of the other smaller change orders have been done. Anything that was going to help hold up the construction largely has been approved. I don't know the status today. I don't think that it has been done.
Plaster was 150.
155.
Just what you just said jogged my memory. So I know that we authorized the CEO to approve change orders over a certain dollar limit. So that was still in place for every single change order need to come in front of the board.
That's a good question. I don't have an answer for that at this point. So.
Change orders down the line, and we haven't had the threshold increase. What would the board be required to do? So sorry? What happens if we go down the line and we have more change orders that prompt us to adjust the threshold for contingencies? What is the next plan to meet those additional costs?
Yeah, so we're obviously hopeful that the remaining costs will stay within our remaining contingency. If that doesn't happen, we have a variety of options. I will say that the lender has been asking some questions about what's going on with the administration at the school. One of our options is to go back and renegotiate with them if they're amenable to it. We have another option to put more equity into the project than we had originally budgeted. But those are typically the two major options if we have a considerable shortfall. Madam Vice Chair, did you have any? There's a motion on the floor to approve and ratify recent change orders of approximately $210,000. Did you have the exact amount?
So it's 10. For the amount of $212,154. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. No, the abstention is Caroline Bordelon. Next, we have the Finance Committee report. Brett Long.
Good evening, everybody. I'm just looking at my phone to read some of the highlights from the most recent Finance Committee report, which reviewed financials as of May 31st, 2021. A few highlights from that report. Our total revenue for the year is $12.3 million to date, which is 85% of the revenue forecast. That's roughly proportional to what we would expect. At this time of year, we recognize our revenue over a 10-month period. Total salaries and benefits are $8.07 million to date, which is 85% of the forecast. So again, roughly proportional to what we would have expected. The year-to-date surplus as of May 31st, 2021 for this year's budget is $1.52 million, and the year-end surplus is projected to be approximately $1.41 million. That's a lot of numbers. Just a bit of narrative and context around that. Basically, what we're saying is that we just about broke even. $1.4 million sounds like a big surplus, but that is effectively not exactly, but roughly the amount that we received for PPP funding from the government in May of last year. And so essentially the school is running on a razor-thin budget. And so we do have reserves. We do have $10 million in cash sitting in the bank. But as David just noted from the Facilities Committee, there are some potential costs that we're looking at forecasting that may eat into that cash balance. And so in the next Finance Committee meeting, we'll be looking into the budget for the coming fiscal year. Fiscal year begins on July 1st. We have to approve a budget by September. So we'll be beginning those budget hearings in the next Finance Committee meeting, and everyone is welcome and encouraged to attend. There are a few motions pertaining to finance on the agenda tonight. These did not, I should be clear, go through the Finance Committee in our last meeting. I think we received the contracts maybe the night before the Finance Committee meeting was to be held. If it actually has to go with finance, but there are motions to approve our transportation services contracts and our food service management company contracts for the coming fiscal year. Yeah, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that the reason that those are in front of the board is not a specific requirement that they go before finance, but that under federal mandates, they have to be approved by the board. That's the transportation and the food services contract. Does that just apply to the food services contract?
Neither the approved internal LFNO financial thresholds several board members ago, and the dollar amounts of those contracts are over that threshold. So in order for these contracts to be signed by LFNO, it needs to be approved by the board. That being said, is there a motion to approve the 21-22 transportation services contract with absolute rail transportation? One night. Is there a second? Oh, sorry, Dr. Roberts beat you to it. Dr. Shane Roberts is the second. Is there any board discussion?
But just to clarify, you said that you haven't had a chance, the Finance Committee has not had a chance to review these contracts closely. Do you know if how far off is this amount that they're proposing in the new contract from the previous contract? Is it? Gotcha.
John Henry shared those with the board well in advance of the public posting, and they've been available publicly, and we actually have him here to answer questions if need be. Josh, if you could help with some audio, that would be fantastic. I can sit here and be really jealous of John Henry right now. Right?
Are there any specific questions that
Yeah.
I can answer for the board?
John Henry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Where's the camera?
Hi.
Can y'all hear me? Is there any specific questions I can help answer?
So while they're getting John Henry set up, the documents and board members, you can use your Chromebooks to review. So the contract has been reviewed by, I guess, legal representation. There's also the RFP scoring criteria on here that weighs all of the bids that they received, which I believe was only 2. And there's lots of cross comparisons here. And I guess the only other thing that I will say is, to my knowledge, our current financial thresholds do not require contracts like this to come in front of finance first. It can come directly to the board. And I believe that the CFO just needs to make sure that it's within the line item budget. So that is my understanding. John Henry, can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, great. We have audio for you too. Perfect. Are there any other board questions or comments on the contracts?
Excellent. Good evening, everyone.
Just for clarification, I'm assuming it does fall within the budgeted allotment for transportation.
Can you repeat that, please?
The proposed contract falls within the budgeted allotment for transportation.
I am having trouble hearing you, but are you asking if this fits within our budget or is similar to our transportation budget from last year? Yes. There's a slight increase in day-to-day routes of $15 per route. The LFNO Transportation Committee is recommending signing with Absolute Royal Transportation because of their ability to keep all 3 campuses on the same bus routes. The other bidding company proposed that we run separate bus routes for each campus, totaling 17 buses a day, where Absolute Royal can keep us at 8 buses a day, which is what we were running prior to this past COVID year.
Are there any other questions on John Henry on this motion? Please don't go anywhere.
How much more is the difference from last year's contract in dollar amount up?
In total projected or cost per daily route?
Total projection?
I think I heard the question, but I asked a follow-up. Did y'all hear that question?
The total projection difference.
The projection difference is not more than a 7% increase from last year's budget.
One thing, if I can supplement with some additional context, please correct me if I'm mistaken here, the budget for this current fiscal year was also lower than we would have anticipated years ago because of COVID. Fewer routes will be run, the students were not in school every day. So asking about the year-to-year increase is a perfectly fine question, but saying it may have increased by 7% over year to year may be misleading because of that fact. Just wanted to note that for the full board.
If I may, where the cost comes from in the budget is calculated from is based on daily route cost per bus. This past year, we were paying $380 $165 per route per day this coming year. Based on the bid submitted by Absolute Royal Transportation, we would be paying $385 per route, which is a reasonable increase. In fact, I would have expected bidding to increase that more due to constraint hardships that they suffered via COVID.
That ties into my, I guess, next question, another question that I have. You said that the contract is for 8 buses and that you almost expected the cost to be lower. Would the budget allow for to decrease the amount of time students spend on this?
I lost you a little bit there. Would it be possible to type a question into the chat box? Yes, the budget projection is will be made for 9 buses in case ridership increases, and I do expect there to be a potential for a 9th bus this coming year. And as our student population grows and our as Patton continues to grow and pushes up more students into the upper school, we'll have more and more students that will likely need transportation.
Any other questions from the board on the first motion from Finance Committee? Is there any public comment? There's the motion to approve the 2021-22 Transportation Services Contract with Absolute Rail Transportation on the floor. There's a second. All those in favor? I count 6. All those opposed? Abstentions? 3 abstentions, Madam Secretary. Motion carries. Do you want me to just read the next motion? The second one is a motion to approve the 2021-2022 food service management company contract with Genuine Foods. Is there a second? David Amos seconds.
Yeah, and I have public comment cards on this. Yep.
Yeah. So if you want to grab the public comment card, if you don't already have it. Okay. Thank you. So is there any board discussion? Any questions of Mr. John Henry?
Is there any summary of the feedback on this particular food service contractor in the past, in terms of parent or other evaluations, and what is that, or what does that look like?
They're included in the document submitted to the board. There is some student feedback survey results based on a specific week of meal services, as well as a year in review survey that I conducted with students. Those results are in documents that were shared with y'all prior to this meeting. I have also been reached out to by a number of parents and a few board members asking what is the process for the providing feedback and continuing to improve our services for students. And I spoke with our current vendor, Genuine Foods, and we have a new plan for opening that feedback cycle up to parents, students, and staff by creating a meal services advisory committee, not related to the board at all, but where parents, students, staff, and administrators will meet 5 to 6 times per year to review menus and collect feedback from students and families and implement that into our meal services program. And Genuine Foods is entirely on board with this and excited to move into this next year if the board votes to approve the renewal of their contract.
Is it my understanding, is it correct that if we do not approve this tonight, that the reimbursement will cut in half for this contract? Is that correct?
Can you restate? Can you repeat the question, please?
If not approved tonight, will the reimbursement be cut in half?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. Cut it. What is cut in half?
What we receive to the school. It's tied to the future now.
If not approved at this board meeting, we will run into issues approving any and getting any reimbursements for the month of July approved by the state. It will not impact our meal services for the start of the school year, but I hope to be able to continue to offer our students and families free meals delivered and to continue our community feeding operations through July. If this contract is not approved at this meeting, that will jeopardize our ability to provide food security for our students and community.
Are there any other questions? Yes.
Sorry, I didn't find it easily in the contract, but if we agree to this contract, is it term length an entire school year? And if so, can we terminate the contract before the contract is done?
We do have abilities to terminate the contract based on services provided, based on the scope of services laid out in our contract and RFP. So yes, that is possible without interruption of our normal food service for services for students. I would like to also add that Genuine Foods has been an incredible partner during this difficult year of providing meals for students. We've, with their help and the help of Healthy School Foods Collaborative, we've been able to continue to do a daily 5 days a week community feeding program, which is now operating at just 2 days a week during the summer. They have also been instrumental in us being able to send 5-day prepared meal kits home to students that are learning virtually. I do believe they are a true partner, and that some of the deficiencies in us being able to provide the best possible meal service program for our students lie in the challenges that we faced this past year. And we won on a lot of them. There are growth areas that have been identified, have been recognized, and Genuine is on board to right any of those deficiencies.
Okay, I have one question about the committees that you said that you would put in order, working with the parents, students, trying to find out about the food. Is that in the contract somewhere, or do you have an addendum to that contract concerning these committees? Especially, I would think that you'd be working with the PTO, that would be one, the principal, administration. Is that in there? Because that's what we're looking for. Thank you.
Yes. So it is actually within our RFP bid proposal and part of the contract that the state produces for all SFAs and FSMCs, us, the School Food Authority, and our vendor, the School Food Management Company. If I could share my screen for a second, if that is possible, I will. Oh, no, this is not available, but I did add a document to the board folder that states the part of our contract, reference 7 CFR part 210.16, subpoint A, subpoint 8, that states that the FSA shall establish and the FSMC shall participate in the formation, establishment, and periodic meeting of the FSA Advisory Board, composed of students, teachers, and parents to assist in menu planning. The FSA shall approve the menus no later than 2 weeks prior to service.
Is there any other public comment? I'm sorry, is there any other board comment so we can turn to public comment? Seeing none, can you please introduce the public comment?
So, Allie Lofton. Hi, y'all. Can y'all hear me? No? Yes? Okay. All right, great. Sure. No problem speaking up on this one. Okay, so I had the opportunity to volunteer for LEAP in May, and I took that opportunity so that I could really immerse myself in what time I had left due to the COVID restrictions. One of those, they extended eating a school meal during that time. Have any of y'all eaten a school meal? To give a comparison, if y'all got married and had a caterer, did you do a wedding cake tasting, a food tasting, an appetizer tasting ever for any event that you knew you were going to serve food at? I invite you to indulge in this food. Holy moly cannoli. I am making light of it because sometimes humor is the best way to get through. Wow. I sat and ate with them. I sat and watched them eat. It is unacceptable. And I ate it again the next day just to know. I came the whole month of LEAP. Every day they offered, I stepped away from my own business to do this because I am an all-in parent. And I mean that from the food to every aspect that I am available to make myself an all-in parent. It's been a rough year, y'all, but we've got to do better. I invite you to take a tasting and let me know your thoughts. Thank you.
Melissa Harris.
Hi, I'm Melissa Harris. I'm a parent of. I'm Melissa Harris. I'm a parent. Hold it like this. Hold on. There we go. Okay. 2 kids at Lycée for the past 9 years. I just want to say, I think it sounds like the school is aware the food is terrible. I have not personally tried it. I was not inclined to want to try it based on what I heard. But my kids are not picky, and they loved the previous vendor, Pigeon, I think it was called. They've complained about the food a lot this year. I've heard also, not just the quality, but people not even getting an entree, people not getting salt, all kinds of things. Just really bad across the board. And I know in the grand scheme of what we discussed tonight, it's not maybe at the top of the list, but for some kids, it really is, the 1 or 2 meals they get for the day. And we really should do better. I was encouraged to hear from John Henry that there's going to be parent input and student input. And I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but the woman you asked if it's in the contract, I think that's really important that this is in writing, so that we can hold them to these benchmarks. I'm frankly not sure why the contract was renewed, but I don't purport to know how these contracts work and what our budget is and who's even available. But, like I said, the food is terrible. At the very least, I hope the scores are going to be taken into account. I looked at the menu. I couldn't tell if it's some of the same items. Hopefully not. Some of them sounded really dreadful, like not even things that you would think of as being a meal. So, at any rate, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Joe Holland. Joe Holland says he opposes the recommendation. You're welcome to come to the mic.
Hi, I'm Jill Holland. I'm a parent at the school. I also substitute teach. Thank you. It's a great analogy. It's like a desperate housewife. For the vegetarian options, moving forward, I will have to agree that the Pigeon Catering offered many better options. Also, that was like pre-COVID. However, as someone who was eating the vegetarian meals as a choice, not as a life choice, but as a choice at the school, the only thing that was offered to the vegetarian children was salad. This was the only option. I noticed not just because I was substitute teaching, but also because my 7th grader this past year came home with multiple vegetarian classmates and said, yeah, the only thing they had again today was salad. And then I have 2 younger children who also came in and said that their vegetarian classmates would not eat the meal because the only thing that was offered to them was salad. So moving forward, regardless of the vendor that is chosen, every single child, the option that their families are selected, that they're selecting, those need to be represented, and the children need to be given options. And as someone who is also eating the other meals that were offered, I will have to agree with Allie that when we were operating with Pigeon, the meals, they did offer tastings. When we came in at the beginning of the school year, we were offered to taste 2 or 3 different options so parents could see what their kids would be having for the year. We were not given that option with the current catering company, but I will have to agree with Allie on this and also say that regardless of the vendor moving forward, that the vegetarian and vegan options that these children are given should be diverse and should also be healthy for them. There should not be like one staple item that they are given every single day because that's not healthy for anyone.
Thanks. Okay, Heather Allen. Hi, this is my first board meeting. Upside down. Oh, awesome. Okay, hi, because the camera's over here. I'm a parent of 2 Lisa students, soon to be 3, and we stayed virtual all year. So we actually signed up for the food and had it delivered. So we ate the meals. We still have some in our freezer. I think I don't agree that they were inedible. We ate them. We added Tony's to them sometimes. There were certain meals I didn't care for. My husband got tired of the gumbo because I didn't like the gumbo and my daughter didn't, but my son and my husband did. So it's like, while I think there could be improvement and my kids and I got tired of the repetition of what was sent, I don't think it was inedible necessarily. I do think there's room for improvement, and I would say taking the feedback, and I think there would be echoing what John Henry said, I think if it's not approved, there's going to be kids and families, I don't know how many, who are not going to have some meals over the summer, and I think that's going to be hard on some families, even with the PEBT that's being given. It's going to be hard on families. So while there are some improvements to be made, it sounds like John Henry is trying to do those things, and maybe we won't continue with Genuine Foods for a long time. I don't remember the previous vendor, honestly, in comparison, but I think I would ask the board to consider the dietary health needs of some of our student population for the summer, and then if we need to cancel my time's up. I don't know. Finish it. 1 minute. Well, I have 1 minute. Now 45 seconds. Yes, but to consider the students' dietary needs for the summer, and I don't know if we have to cancel it, but to approve it for tonight for that reason, if nothing else, honestly. So. There's no other public comment. Sorry, I will try to keep this quick. I'm someone who feels very passionately about school food, which may sound strange. In my previous career life, I did a lot of school operations, and I traveled around the country specifically working with schools that executed USDA child nutrition programs. So I have tasted food from Louisiana to Tennessee to Boston to California. And what I will say is that a lot of these food vendors are quite restricted based on USDA dietary guidelines as to what can and cannot be put in the food, and what levels of sodium cannot be in there, can and cannot be in there. I'm not saying that that's an excuse for lack of options for our students, and I'm not saying that Genuine Foods cannot do better. I do know just from being in the industry that Pigeon Catering, we didn't move away from them out of choice. We moved away from them because they stopped serving charter schools in New Orleans. They decided to discontinue that service. I also know that Genuine Foods came down from New York last year to start serving schools. To make a move such as that is a very difficult operation, to set up a kitchen in a place that you've never been before, find staffing. So I can understand that doing that in a COVID year, in addition to that, could open them up to a lot of hiccups and probably not the best level of service. I will say that New York schools that I've worked with and work with Genuine Foods really do like the food, and based on the data that John Henry collected, I can't speak to the full gamut of how that was done. It looks like there is a population of students that do like the food more so than last year. Again, I can't speak to that fully, but what I will say is that I think it is very important for the board today to keep the continuity of this contract for the sake of food security for families. I definitely think, because not only is it in the contract, but it is a USDA regulation that food service management company advisory committee needs to exist and Genuine needs to participate. I can only make an assumption that there were probably some limitations on tastings because of COVID last year, but I would implore Genuine Foods to do better and for parents to continue to advocate for that. But just as a board member speaking to other board members with a long history in food service management in schools, I would implore you to vote to pass this.
And with, I'm obviously on the record as a parent expressing my concerns about the formula. I had the opportunity to also communicate with John Henry. And in light of the kind of contractual safeguards that have been in place, in light of the expressing focus of supervision over this contract, and in light of the food security issues, for whatever it's worth, I will be voting in favor of this. But I also implore parents to ensure that you all remain in communication. John has indicated that he is open. He's open to communication, open to discussions, and I also implore the board that should issues come up, that we take this seriously. Is there any other board comment? Hearing none, there is a motion to approve the 2021-2022 food service management company contract with Genuine Foods. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Is there anything else from the Finance Committee? Thank you. Moving on next, I'll turn it over to Graham Bosworth for the report of the Governance Committee. Governance is relatively quick and straightforward. We had 3 to potentially 4 open board positions to fill. The Governance Committee is presenting their recommendations for invitations to interview for those positions by the end of the week. At that point, those invitations to prospective out, so the Governance Committee can then conduct those interviews and then eventually vote on recommendations to the board. The other position is, I guess this is strange, my position. Was that the board vote to Raina for a second 3-year term, and in light of that being the recommendation of the committee, I will present that motion to the board now. Is there a second? We have a motion to Graham Bosworth for a second term of the LFNO Board of Directors, and a second. Is there any board discussion?
Yes. Okay. So I want to be very clear that this isn't an easy presentation to make to the board or to the public here with us today or listening virtually. The first point I want to be very clear on is that Mr. Bosworth is undisputedly a dedicated board member. It is undisputed that he has worked very hard for this school, for its students, for its faculty, for its parents, for its administration. In the past few weeks, we've gotten numerous emails, and I'm sure those comments we repeated tonight. And I cannot disagree with any one of them when his accomplishments are cited. I agree with all of them in terms of his accomplishments for this board. I say personally, it's with a heavy heart that I will not be voting to renew Mr. Bosworth for a second term. And the reasons are because it is based in consultation with legal counsel. Mr. Bosworth has violated the duties and of a board member, as well as the open meetings laws that we are upheld to as a public body. So the first one, and these emails were made public in the past, and so I'll cite them specifically. The first was a motion for emergency board meeting and executive session sent by Mr. Bosworth to members of the board. On that email was a blind carbon copy to a then member of the staff. And I want to note that it was a blind carbon copy. None of the board members were aware that this person was included on this email. The email itself called for an executive session. And as you all are aware, the board can only go into executive session to speak about certain items. And the purpose of executive session is to keep that confidential. We go into executive session in accordance with the open meetings laws, and we are upheld to that law, as you all know. Just want to be clear, by sharing the content of this session with a staff member in private blind carbon copy, this was in violation of the board's compliance with the open meeting law. We can only go into executive session if matters are kept confidential, and Graham violated this confidentiality. This action calls into question the board's claim of privilege over the matters that we discuss in executive session, and ultimately can lead to the conclusion that we as a board, as a whole board, have violated our obligation to hold open meetings in accordance with the law. The second issue was an email that was sent by Mr. Bosworth to the same staff member. And this is Ms. Gilbo with the HR concerns. And in this email, Mr. Bosworth spoke on behalf of the board and made statements of the board's findings and conclusions. In pertinent part, he stated that the board is aware of what happened and your innocence in the situation. This was done without the authority of the board. In his email, he directly spoke on behalf of the board, and he passed judgment on actions taken by our CEO and a staff member of the school, Ms. Gilbo. Other comments made were Marina apparently did not know that and never took appropriate steps. Your interactions with Marina and the broker are a result of Marina backtracking. And the one I read previously is that the board is aware of what happened and your innocence in the situation. Beyond being unauthorized by the board, these statements do not accurately, at the time and even today, do not accurately reflect the opinions of the board. Further, these statements were made to a staff member. I apologize. So, in addition, for the reasons stated for the first email, this communication was also in violations of our open meetings law. At this point, when this communication was made, we had not at all announced to the public the statement of concerns that had been sent to us as a board. We had not addressed any of the response by the board in hiring Fazan Consulting. So at the time, this was privileged information. The hardest part of this is, as you guys know, we're all human beings, and we're volunteers on this board. We go through trainings, we do the best we can in learning all of the legal obligations that are upheld of us, and also trying to balance that with really important opinions given by our public and by our administration. And I'm emotional because, you know, I personally have received many attacks on this issue. And so I want to make it very clear that I am empathetic with the balance that must be struck as a board member in making sure that we are listening to the concerns of the people in our community that we uphold ourselves to serve, but also making sure that we are in accordance with the laws. I see this because these emails and these issues were brought to Mr. Bosworth's attention, and he was given an opportunity to respond. And many of you have seen his response. It was an email he sent to the full board on June 10th. I know it's been produced in response to a public records request. But my larger concern, in addition to these two violations, is simply the fact that there has been little to no recognition of the issues this presents to the board, and that this is a massive piece of liability for us as an entity. It is never going to be my decision to put the school at risk, that we have to spend time and money in defending litigation of any sort, whether that's an ethics violation or a lawsuit brought by someone else. And so we have to hold ourselves to these standards. If we can't hold ourselves accountable to the laws, how can we purport to hold our administration accountable? And so
hope that this articulates to you what's been going on. I know that many of you have been sitting not understanding these issues. So the purpose of me presenting it today was twofold. One, to explain it to you, but also to present this to the full board as an explanation for why I will not be voting to renew Mr. Bosworth.
I have some comment, and I've known Graham my whole life. His appointment to this board came at a really critical time because he was going to be the first parent board member since 2013. Most of you, I know you've been here a long time. In 2013, there was an upheaval. The board and the administration were basically kicked out and reconstituted. He became the CEO of the school. At that point, the board was largely parent occupied, and there was a decision made to restrict parents from the board for the period from 2013 until 2018. In 2018, Bessie, I think, wisely mandated that there should be at least one parent on every charter school board. The board at the time seriously debated how to do that properly. I think there was a universal agreement that there should be parents on the board. The debate was about how to select the proper parent. If I remember the conversations correctly, some of the priorities that we had were for a parent who could come in and be unbiased and make decisions that are in the best interest of the school. Obviously, introducing a parent onto the board, we also wanted to change the communication process, give the parents a representative on the board as well. I think everyone, again, universally agreed that we should add a parent to the board at that time. I recruited Graham. I lobbied against two other members when he was voted on, who had concerns about his resume and his character. I voted for him, and once he was accepted to the board, I made him the chairman of the governance committee. Since then, I've noted many things that concern me. The first was almost immediately, Graham held a non-quorum meeting with a parent and later admitted that they spent time trying to craft a CEO evaluation process that would get Marina fired. I've seen his tactics to be divisive and subversive regarding board business. He's often unprepared or poorly prepared for meetings. My biggest complaint is that I honestly believe that Graham has been using the governance committee to advance his own personal agenda, and that's often been at odds with the explicit priorities of this board. We've heard allegations of him harassing school staff. Trust is essential on this board and every board. All of this culminated recently, as Caroline described. It was found that Graham was in collusion with a disgruntled former employee and violated a very explicit rule about the board's business. It didn't surprise me. Frankly, after all of this, I was surprised that it took that long for something to come to light. In Graham's letter defending himself, there were a series of half-truths, untruths, especially about the implied reasoning of other board members' departure over the years. I want it known that I think the parents should absolutely serve on this board. I think we have a very good parent board member already, in Adrian, and I think there are many others who could serve in that role to positively impact this school. I do not think that Graham Bosworth is suited to continue as a board member.
I am new to this board. I've only been on this board for 10 months, and I just wanted to offer a slightly different response during this board comment period. I have read every email that has been sent to me with regards to this issue. I've taken it. I have no personal relationships on this board compared to other board members' interactions and prior personal relationships with board members. I independently evaluating and working with all board members for the first time. I applaud all board members' effort, time, and energy during this pandemic. And I am empathetic to board members for the things that they try to do to manage their own conflicts as well as serve the school. One of the things that I try to do as a new board member is to better understand voices around Lycée, particularly in the capacity of trying to work through the Culture and Community Committee to better bring all voices. There are 1,000 children in the school and their families. I applaud every parent that is able to come, to voice, to participate online or any other way. But there are many other voices that don't get heard for a lot of systemic reasons. Many of the parents here may not be sensitized to. So what I did in the past few weeks of many of your comments was reach out to parents who will never come to these meetings, who don't have the bandwidth to participate, right? As much as I welcome your perspective and always will, with respect, meet one-on-one with every parent and fight and advocate for all children, not only the parents who are here, but the parents who are not here. I stopped and I listened. So I reached out to parents who will never come to board meetings, who do not feel empowered to speak at board meetings, who also feel silenced. And I asked them their opinion on many matters, including this one. And because I reached out, I am a former reporter, so I'm independent and I listen. And because I reached out and I listened to every parent, those who reached out to us, reached out to me directly, and those who I sought out, I was able to form my own independent perspective, regardless of my colleagues' takes. My vote is based on the parents who cannot write or speak for themselves. That is the first thing. And what I learned from speaking to other parents is there is a far greater diversity of perspective among the 1,000 children's parents than what often presents itself. And so as a board member who has independent perspective to this school, I realized that there is no one single parent perspective. There's no groups, even within groups of parents, there are variations. There are parents who support Graham and also are supportive of the board, or are willing to listen and understand my position one-on-one. Whether I choose to think or side in any particular votes with regard to the school, I hope that all parents will be able to talk to me one-on-one. And I'm saying this as chair of the Culture Committee because any stance that I'm taking on any issue on this board regarding this matter or anyone going forward has ultimately an independent perspective and with every parent in mind. Both the ones who are sacrificing to be here at 9 o'clock in the night with their kids in the back and those who cannot for other reasons. I also want to speak to something about independent perspective, which is important for the functioning of a public institution. When my very first meeting on this board, the board chair of that board was removed within 10 minutes of my meeting. By parents in the room, that board chair was removed because that board chair had violated a board bylaw. There is perspective and variation and interpretation of that violation, but that board chair was removed without any parent dissent that was there in that virtual meeting because that board chair had violated a board bylaw. There was no question, there was no shades of gray about it. It was a violation. And that person removed themselves from the meeting, and the parents, I heard no parent dissent. I find it to be very interesting as a double standard. if there is a board violation, that there is not a similar level of evaluation from when I first started this board 10 months ago at the past board chair. It's two different issues. There are two different situations, but I'm taking the same scenario as my first very meeting, where the chair was removed for a board violation. No one questioned their friendship. No one questioned their perspective. No one questioned that person's diverse perspective. No one questioned that person's commitment or service to the school. There was a specific bylaw violation. We must hold a standard. If there is a bylaw violation, it is not subjected to interpretation. There is a bylaw violation. I'm not saying that someone should be removed or not, but I'm saying there was one thing that happened at the start of my term, and not a parent wrote me, not a parent said this was unjust. No one spoke up for that person and their lost perspective. From what I even understand in reaching out to past board members, because I also did my journalistic research and homework, is that that board member was also advocating for many of the accountabilities that parents have been calling for. So had that person remained on the board, perhaps many of the things that the board did not achieve may have moved along a lot faster. We would not have been in the position that we're in, where our colleague had to step up with a newborn to try to keep the board going with new board members still coming on board and being acclimatized. I'm saying this because I am the last of a group of new board members who have not left. We have asked, I've read your message saying that you welcome diverse perspectives. I have a diverse perspective. I have also an independent perspective, but yet I'm being told to get off the board. Is my perspective not also valid? So if we want diverse perspectives, we should welcome all diverse perspectives. In the short piece of time that I've served on this board, I've been able to see many well-meaning parents advocate and fight for their children, and that is all I am committed to do, fight for their children. And that is all the opinion that I wanted to raise in terms of understanding my perspective, because I have not been given an opportunity to provide a perspective of a new board member observing what was taking place, and with no relationships or friendships. If I had made those violations, every parent in this room would have asked me to resign. Regardless of my positionality in the school, regardless of my relationship to anyone. If I had communicated with the former CEO and told the former CEO, I believe you are innocent, and the board believes you are innocent, many parents who wanted the CEO to go would have thought that I have violated the trust of my board colleagues, because this was an open discussion issue where new board members needed to understand the recent history in terms of CEO evaluation. Without trust, a board unit cannot function. Thank you.
I suppose that everyone here is entitled to response. Sorry, I apologize. I'm not going to respond to any sort of like personal attacks. I don't think that behooves anyone. In terms of historical perspective, yes, I helped crafting a CEO evaluation. It had no ulterior motive other than existing CEO evaluation. I think was 4 questions and was wholly inadequate in terms of providing feedback to the CEO and sure. Stakeholders about their frustrations, concerns, things that they actually were happy with. It was just insufficient. I stand by the work that I did, and I'm frankly glad that I did. The CEO evaluation was used this year. It was, in fact, the CEO that was evaluation that was created for that process. So I feel like that probably needs to be addressed. In terms of the 2 emails that exist, I mean, obviously I've written my response. Suggest that I'm not taking appropriate responsibility for those emails. Sure, because I disagree with what is presented by some of the board members here. We're calling for an executive committee. Email is public record. Email is not privileged communication. Every single individual who was mailed that email gave authority for that email to be written out of concern for the school in order to ensure that the executive committee was approved. Once the meeting occurred, an executive committee motion was made, seconded, and voted for. At that point, privilege kicked in. To suggest that that email somehow creates liability for the school is something I fundamentally disagree with. What creates liability for the school is an action. Creates liability for a school is realizing concerns and issues. Creates liability for a school is arguably turning a blind eye to problems that exist. Calling for an executive meeting and setting forth the reasons why it is important is not something that creates liability. We can look at any charter school. They recently hit the papers, so I'm going to name the school. The board exercised an action. The board turned a blind eye to issues that are there. That school has failed. It's $1.5 million in the hole. And the board members are potentially liable for that money. Saying we cannot turn a blind eye and not do any particular action, but saying that simply action must occur does not, in my personal estimation, and having spoken with legal counsel myself, create liability for the school. As it relates to the second one now, without question, and I've apologized, the phrasing of the email was poor, but it addressed a unique issue, and that was a contract with insurance providers. That issue had not been addressed in our executive session. I am a board member to this organization. I have a fiduciary obligation to this organization. I believe every single person at this table has a fiduciary obligation to inform themselves of situations at the school and to ensure that when they're making decisions, they're educated. Taking the time to read emails that are sent to her by a concerned employee, investigating what happened, and then providing my opinion, if inarticulately provided, does that create liability? In my personal, again, estimation, what creates potential liability in that situation is ignoring her. I don't know what Elizabeth Gabel is going to do. She hasn't sued the school. If she does, the cause of action is going to be predicated on an allegation that the administration retaliated. If she does, the cause of action is going to be predicated potentially on an argument that the board turned its back to her. A cause of action that is not going to exist is her saying, gosh, one of those board members took the time to communicate with me. I disagree. Was my response or phrasing of my response inappropriate? Probably yes, and I've apologized for that. And if the school chooses, or the board chooses to remove me, they choose to remove me. But I stand by what I've said up until this point. This board needs to be more proactive. Being proactive, recognizing problems, doesn't really have ulterior motives. Being proactive and having a different point of view doesn't really be dishonest. Being proactive and saying things that are sometimes uncomfortable is what boards are supposed to do. And if the board disagrees, the board disagrees. But I stand by the actions that I've taken. Thank you.
Just as a point of clarification, the motion on the table is not a motion to remove. The motion on the table is a motion to renew Mr. Bosworth for a second term.
That is true, and I apologize for misspoken. This is not a motion to remove. This would be a motion to renew for a second term. Thank you.
Graham, I have one question, Graham. Why did you feel the need to BCC Elizabeth? If you stand by what you say, why BCC?
I mean, in terms of BCC or CC, I honestly don't know. She was obviously one of the authors of the documents that were included in. She had made the request that be presented to the board. I thought it was important that she know that the document that she had provided to me had been presented to the board. In terms of BCC or CC, I honestly can't tell you. I just included her as a recipient. I don't think it was a particularly conscious decision. I apologize for doing it as a BCC, but that was the choice that I made. It's reason that this Gilbo didn't know who I was selling the document to. Am I aware that that is a potential result? Yes. Do I agree that it was intentional? No. I mean, again, Ms. Bell wrote a 32-page document that was included as an attachment in that email. I think it's pretty clear that everyone was very aware that Ms. Bell knew that I was selling it to the board. To suggest that I was somehow highlighting the board that Bell would know that I was selling the document that she sent to me to send to the board, I don't agree with.
I just have one final question, and that'll be it. One of the things that you mentioned is being proactive. I've been on the board for 10 months. In the 10 months that I've been on the board, from the governance committee, or whatever other committee, and again, I'm going to state that I am empathetic to the load and the balance of even you, Graham, and all of us here. But had I known that some of the issues, right, that I don't have prior board access to knowledge to, were as pressing as they had been from September to now, the silence around it, even though we should have been proactive, should have been something that I should have seen coming through. The only things that I'd seen coming through were things connected to me and a few other areas. So in terms of, the concept of us being proactive, all of us have a stake in taking that ownership for things that we did not get to up to this point. It's all of us did not get at those issues for whatever reasons, right? Including you, right? There are many things that didn't come through governance that could have had us address many parents' concerns from my first arrival on the board, and I never saw them. And because I never saw them, I interpreted them as not being a priority, not fully being addressed at them. So your urgency was misinterpreted to new board members because we had never been introduced to this as a priority or urgency since Lisa left the board last year. So in terms of hands-on and being on top of all the things that brought us to this point, all of us should take stake in that lack of proactiveness, including you, or else we would have dealt and addressed some of the things that have us at this point. So I just wanted to respond to that point that the board has been not proactive about certain issues, because that would also include you from a new board member perspective.
I've been around a while. But, I've been around the second level, so some of you are aware. I was asked by my daughter's friends to serve on the board, and I've done that faithfully. What I can say as a member of the governance committee is Yeah, and being overboard. But I also can say that I read that memo and that I knew what was happening and that Graham offered that to all the members of the governance committee. I think that Graham, like anybody else, including myself, can admit to a wrong and can watch his tongue a little better and keep in mind confidentiality. I know you can do that.
Any other comment?
And I'm also new to the board. So I have been on the board about 6 months or so. I don't have any connection to anyone on this board at all. Anyone that knows me, they know that I'm learning. I don't listen to emotions as far as what people think about someone else. I make my own assumptions based on what I see. So confidentiality is very important. I have no connections on this board. I have no friends. And I don't mind saying it and repeating it. And the reason I like this is because I want to be able to make my own decisions without anything coming in and telling me this is how it should be. This is how it's supposed to be. I want to make my own decisions. So confidentiality is important. Anything that the parents send, a letter, an email, anything that's given to us should be held confidentially and not shared upon or given out to anyone else, especially if it has to do with students' personal identification information, especially if we're talking about if they are sped or if they have some other type of accommodation or something to that effect, and you're sharing it with us. You're sharing it with us confidentially in hopes that we as a board will be able to look at this and do something about it. Now, coming in to this board as an educator, a current educator, I have expressed this to the board several times to different people on the board. And I hear the parents. I hear that you are saying that there's some things that need to be done and some things need to change. And I think as a board, we do need to be more proactive in certain situations, especially concerning our children, and concerning what is prioritized with parents. You guys are the grinding stone to this school, and our priority belongs with the children. So with that, I'm looking at just the information. My main concern was the BCC. I didn't understand that, but Graham gave his explanation. And I can't, with my own, without any kind of influence, that's interesting, all the information that came out, that's interesting to me. But based on what I saw with the email, and I can't approve for him to be a second term.
Any other board comment? Discussion? I don't want to have to comment, but I have to weigh in at this point. The issue that I have is the second email. The email where he responded to Ms. Gilbo's statement in private emails between he and a staff member, where she said, I'm meeting with an attorney to figure out how I'm going to proceed. And his response was, may it be intentional or not, his response was an appearance of breaking the privilege of executive session and putting the school at risk. I don't believe the argument and response that the means justifies the ends, or the ends justify the means. I'm sorry. I think that this behavior, and Graham and I go way back as friends, and we have talked about this before it came up before the board. This puts our charter at risk. I'm sorry, did you want to wait till public comment? It's not appropriate to interrupt. We can't tolerate this behavior. it could put our charter in jeopardy. Putting ourselves vulnerable to lose the charter is it may affect the board, but the board affects the school. It is the governing body of the school. And it's not what's best for the children of Lycée. This behavior does not provide value to the kids, and it does not support us maintaining our charter. It is dangerous territory that we need to move back from, and recognize the board will not accept this behavior. That's all I have. Is there any other comment from the board?
Adrian made it. I wanted to make clear that when we were presented with these emails, I think Ms. Fazan spoke to it earlier today, that when someone leaves an organization, and especially the HR director, when she resigned, it was important to go through her email communications to figure out the status of many different pending items before the HR department. And that's how these emails were discovered and then shared with the board. I wanted to point out that the decision on the violations was not just made in a vacuum. We did consult with our attorney. We also utilize the resources that are provided to us by the LAPCS, Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. Ultimately, the opinion I shared with you earlier is my own. I just wanted to let you guys know that wasn't just, from just me. We sought out opinion to make sure that those feelings that you have when you see a BCC, when you make a statement on behalf of the board, it wasn't just, well, I don't really like this. That this is actually opening us up for risk and liability. So.
Is there any other board comment or discussion? And to turn it over, open it up to public comment.
So the first one is Sarah Ortiz. Okay. Our second public comment is Max Ehrenberg.
Mr. Ehrenberg.
As a parent, I feel that Graham has been a voice for the parents and concerned staff at Lycée. He has shown a commitment to the betterment of the entire school community. Parent and teachers and staff have felt comfortable approaching Graham with their concerns because of his obvious caring about the school. It says something to you as a larger board that they didn't bring it to you. Graham has shown a willingness to take on difficult issues facing the school and has not shied away from this because it's the easier path. This board needs more channels of communication and more engagement with the parents who are important stakeholders at the school. Rather than seek to nurture these community relationships, it seems that the board is seeming to silence us, the parents. You have done it in how you hold the meetings, in your last minute additions and changes of scheduling, waiting until 3:30 to post a meeting that was postponed from last week. It could have immediately been posted. Graham speaks for the parents and most importantly, the children of the school. We need to vote to renew this term so that we have an important parent voice on this board. Thank you.
Okay, our next public comment is does not desire to speak, but it's from Michelle Ehrenberg, and she supports the recommendation. The next one is from Amy George. Gotten some emails from me. Some of them were coherent, some of them were, I hadn't had any copy yet. Thank you for reading them all. Thank you to those of you who took the time to respond. It's nice to know that you've been read. It's nice to know that you've been heard. Dr. Roberts, thank you for your comments just now. You have my heart. I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your integrity. I appreciate your independent perspective. And I appreciate your voice. Thank you. Dr. Meese. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm scared. Jill, it's not karaoke. I feel like this isn't working. Dr. Meese, thank you for your voice that's always very rational and calm.
you always ground me, and I like that. Thank you. Ms. Walker, thank you for your voice, for being here, for your presence, for your independent voice. I appreciate you as well. Graham, I appreciate your service as a parent, as a voice of parents, as a representative of parents on the board. I don't know if any of you were on the board when we discussed that Bessie had told us we had to have parents on the board after we unseated all the parents on the board. That was done in my dining room. So I didn't want to have another parent on the board at all. I'm glad we have two. Thank you, Adrian, as well. I didn't want parents on the board. I didn't think that parents could set aside their personal perspectives of their children and what they wanted for their children to make decisions for the children as a whole. I think this idea that the children are our priority is essential. What are we really doing this for? What are we really working for? The children. We are not running around trying to make sure that the upper level administration feels supported. It feels some days like that's perhaps the priority of some people on the board. It feels, and maybe it's not true, but it feels from our seat like the board is working to protect the upper level administration, to support the upper level administration. It feels sometimes like y'all are not hearing us at all. It feels sometimes like you aren't even reading our emails. It feels sometimes like we present petitions to the entire board and we are told that we are disrespectful for wanting our community to be a place where all children are welcome. We were told that we were disrespectful for submitting a petition requesting anti-racism training. How is that disrespectful? That's inclusive. That's what we want for all our children. And so I want you to just pause for a minute and think about your priorities, think about why you're here, and think about what it is you're doing. That committee report presented consulting, dissatisfaction and dysfunction in every category is not a minor little humanitarian thing, y'all. You're part of that category, and you need to do better, and we all need to work together to make communication happen. So thank you. Thank you. Next one, Delaney Roman. Delaney. So, in my, like this, like a rock star. Okay. So in my first 10 seconds or so, I'm actually going to enter a comment from Lily Schmidt, who's online. And she's really upset that she can't comment, so I'm going to use 10 seconds of my time to read it to you guys. Graham is a huge asset as our parent rep. He's invaluable to our school. It seems like keeping a strong, involved, committed parent rep shouldn't be a difficult choice. So it sounds like you guys have made up your minds. You have talked about this for a long time. You've already heard from me. You know, I want you to keep Graham on the board. But I really just want to talk to Adrian right now, because I think your silence right now speaks volumes to everybody in this room. And so there's a check mark on this sheet that says support or oppose, but no comments. And I haven't really heard those read tonight. So I'm just curious, show of hands. Do you want Graham to stay on the board? Just take a look at all these people. You represent them, not your personal feelings, not what these other board members want you to do. You represent all of these folks in the room with their hands up, and everyone online whose hands are maybe up also. That's really all I got, because it's late, y'all.
Okay. I am, people who are marking whether they support or oppose, I'm announcing that. And those who wish to speak are given an opportunity to speak. Next is Allie Lofton.
I have the support system to be here tonight because I have a husband home caring for my children. I am privileged for that reason, just like you all are privileged to serve on this board. It is a privilege is a power. And I want you to take in what the parents and the community that you represent are saying. I hear it too. It is ubiquitous in opposition of his reappointment. But you have an opportunity to hear this community and change your mind. Right now, whatever you brought up until this point, you can change it and look at the community upon which you serve for and make a change. The item being called into question is confidentiality. And I can uphold that. But what can I also uphold at that same level is that Graham heard us and acted. Thank you so much for your honesty, truly. I will try to get to know each and every one of you and hear you intimately and closely. But please hear us. We feel he is here representing us and our concerns. And to silence that is to silence something that is not in alignment with your own. You can uphold confidentiality, but please do not use that as an umbrella to drive every decision. Please hear what is beneath the umbrella, which is deep-rooted concerns for fear and concern for this employee base. And no, it does not just stop with the employees, that trickles down. Think about every day you walk into a stressful job and you must switch on a dime who you serve and how you serve them. And get down on my kindergartner's level when you fear for your job and your security and the concerns you bring, and tell them, baby, don't worry. They were just stressed out today. It does not stop at the teacher's level. It trickles down to my kindergartner. Thankfully, I have the ability to support him emotionally and help him contextually understand the hardest year of his life. But it starts at the top and it gets all the way back down. And Graham is speaking to that. Thank you.
The next is just a support recommendation from Elizabeth Gilbo. Does not wish to speak. Next, you have comment from Alyssa Swain. And while Ms. Swain walks to the podium, I'll just remind everyone that we have 30 minutes on this full comment period. And we're at 10 minutes. No, you don't. You have 3 minutes. I just wanted to, we might not get to everything.
Hello, everybody. Keith, you might remember me. Hello, everybody. Keith, you might remember me from a few years ago. I'm Jacques Brier's mom. He is a rising junior at Ben Franklin this year by his choice not to be the first graduating class of Lycée, which I tried to push him towards, but it was his decision what high school he attended. He chose, because 8th grade, his year was so painful for the students and the teachers that went on that year to leave. He sat down with Marina personally, with me present as the parent, and discussed his concerns for what the high school was going to look like, asked questions, and explained what he was hoping to see. As one of the honor rolls kids in the school in that grade, Hannah even pulled Jacques in April to her office without permission and without notifying me to try to get my son to change his perspective and to stay at Lycée. Why? I don't know, because that's an individual decision for each child. I am here because I have been a parent in the French immersion education community since February 1st,
2007. I started at Nouvelle-Orléans when they were a mess. I waited until Lycée's blow up before I switched over. And then I get phone calls this year from friends, neighbors, family members who have their children in Lycée, a school that I recommend and make donations to, still to this day. And I have not seen any care or concern for the parents, the children, or the staff, along with that 32-page statement with 30 items to back up what was said. In addition, there were 15, 20 anonymous letters from teachers and staff who were terrified to come forward because of the retaliation that had been going on in the school. And it gave me great sadness. And because of that, I even spoke to Matt. He probably doesn't remember. He told me to apply for the board. I have. You have my application. I have international director of communications experience, and I have sat on boards and committees at Nouvelle-Orléans and chaired committees, as well as other charities within the city. Thank you. And I do want Brown to stay.
Okay. This person does not wish to speak. It just says support recommendations from Andy Osborne. The comment written is Graham became a voice for parents and the ongoing issues we face. Next is Joe Howard.
Hi, I'm Jill Holland. I just finished my term as the PTO president for the 2020-21 school year. I don't stand here just to represent my family, but also all the families at Lycée, and to tell you that based on the emails, the text messages, the phone calls that I've received from families across every grade in our school, they are all advocating for Graham to return as a board member for next year. We do understand the difficulties that you face with confidentiality. However, based on the fact that he is representing all of our families and our teachers and our best interest, he is in our own personal situation. Other than speaking with David Amos once, Graham and I have spoken multiple times about the ESS issues that were known to our CEO that she did nothing to rectify. Our daughter will be moving to Ursuline next year. Our oldest daughter, based on that move, will also be moving. We will only have one child here after a decade at Lycée, after a decade of building the school, after a decade of serving as room parents, on our boards, on committees. Graham has served our child and the children of Lycée. He has served the teachers and staff members who have been unobserved in their complaints and are scared to come forward, some of whom do not even have term sheets for next year. All of them who do not have term sheets for next year, who are being held hostage because they are afraid to come forward, and the board has their complaints. And it is my understanding, this might not be true, but it is my understanding that there are only 2 board members who have read everything that has come through. So whether or not that's true, please take into account that this individual has represented all of us and our children, and to remove him is to remove our voice.
Okay, next person, I think it's Nina Queen. Might be Nina, I'm sorry. Nina Queen.
Hi, I'm Nina Quinn. I'm a longtime parent here. but I don't show up for tons of meetings. I've worked in multiple capacities at multiple schools, and I'm trusted to do my job, so I trust other people to do their jobs. I wanted to use my 1 minute to say that I appreciate the board members who spoke on their reasons without getting personal. I think it's small and petty to throw somebody under the bus in a public forum such as this. So, for those of you who stated why you were voting the way that you're voting, without getting personal and discussing a person's personal relationship or integrity, I really appreciate you, and I'm going to continue to trust you to do its best.
Alyssa Swain. Oh, the second one. I apologize. Okay, Desiree Oakland. Everybody can hear me? My mom never said I had any problems picking up. So, first off, I'm going to just say that I don't know very many of you people on the board. Keith, I know. But for the rest of you guys, unfortunately, I don't know you that well. However, I haven't had very many issues that I would want to come to you with because I'm a very hands-on parent. And I am Dason's mom, Dason, who's going to ninth grade. And I am Arabella's mom. Who here knows Arabella? Yeah. Arabella is the rock star of Patton. She is a special education child. She is dying. She will die before she reaches teenage years, probably. So, whenever I send my daughter to this school, and I've had great experiences for the last 4 years with her parent and with the special ed teacher at Patton, I trust them. They have to change these babies' diapers. She's almost 9. She's still in diapers. And while you're up here talking about a very minute thing, but I understand that there are implications. As far as the board is concerned, you're liable, whatever. However, I will just say that there are so many other things that we could literally have an all-night conversation about that seem to be pretty shady on y'all's behalf. And some of y'all don't seem real invested. Graham's the only one I've heard of that's actually invested in our kids. I don't see any transparency. And I can tell you for a personal fact that Arabella's para, who is no longer with the school because she couldn't take Lycée's administration, that many of the things on that report, I know are real. I know they are. How am I supposed to trust you guys with my dying nonverbal child if we can't trust you guys to be upfront about any of the things that we've been asking y'all for? Y'all have a responsibility to step up. Y'all have a responsibility to do something. I don't want my baby to be on the news because y'all couldn't be trusted. And that's it. Joanna Maynard.
Good evening. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I have been with the school since the inception. 10 years ago, I have watched board members come and go. And I come here as an angry and frustrated parent and disappointed because the multiple times that we have come to the board with issues in regards to our kids and nothing is done. And it's laughable to hear you guys speak up here about our kids and caring about our kids when nothing is being done. The CEO report from, 3 years ago, 4 years ago that you listened to us and helped draft, that was a joke. It was a joke. 4 questions that you guys went into executive session and she got approved.
And the parents are coming up here and talking to you guys and saying, listen to us. The thing that makes me most disappointed is I'm sure that all of your opinions are formed, and it bothers me that you're so passionate about Grant and keeping him here and having him stay because he's one of the few people that listens to us. The school didn't have as many issues with administration. From my perspective, when Keith was in charge, when he left, things weren't as good. And you guys apparently aren't hearing us when we say that. And it sounds like you guys have some personal beefs against Graham. And I understand, do not think that I'm stupid by any means. I understand where you guys come and say from a legal standpoint that Graham has done something. But people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. And that's where I feel you guys are. And you, sir, you did not serve us the 3 years that you were director, and then you come up here and you throw Graham under the bus? How dare you? Shame.
Okay, I'm going to pause the timer on 30 minutes and just make a reminder for our public comment policy that we ask that speakers refrain from making accusatory or defamatory comments. Excuse me, ma'am. Speakers shall refrain from making accusatory or defamatory comments about individuals. Ma'am, we will ask you to leave this meeting if you cannot follow the rules we have for public comment. You have full 3 minutes to speak. I'm reminding the entire room here of one of the public comment policies we have in our bylaws. It is also followed by our authorizer, Bessie. That speakers shall refrain from making accusatory or defamatory comments about individuals by name. All right, I'm going to start the timer back up for the 30 minutes. This is Erin Lestrade, who does not wish to speak, but supports the recommendation. Her written comment is, please keep Graham. I wish I could stay, but I have to get the kids to bed. The next person that also does not wish to speak, but supports the recommendation, Ms. Suzette Wilkinson. Ms. Gouger, I think, would like to speak on this issue. Okay. We have about 5 minutes left. If that she's allotted 3 minutes.
Hey guys, I'm Kelly Gouger. I'm a teacher here. I'm a parent here. I have been part of this school for 9 years. Nothing else matters other than what I'm about to tell you. Please understand that the decisions that you make as the board of directors for our children's school and for my place of employment for years has an impact on the future of so many students, and not just students, their families, and the people who work here, who walk into that classroom every day and give your kids everything. Everything. I'm going to be very clear about that. We, as a family, Gaston and I, committed to this school about 10 years ago. We committed to finishing this school in 12th grade. I have 1 kid left here, guys. Who has 1 year left here? We are losing families and staff at a breakneck speed, and nobody addresses it. It's not because it's a healthy place to be. When you're happy at your job and when you're happy with what your kids are getting, they're in it for the long haul. We have plans for our kids to go to a university in France. I found one of my kids' notes from a year ago that said he was going to go to Sorbonne. Yeah, well, he's at Pat Taylor now. So he's not going to Sorbonne. So not only do the decisions that you impact make a difference in my kid's life, it's my family. It is our family. We were told 10 years ago, I don't feel like the school has lived up to the promises that were made, and I understand that by being up here, I am risking my chance at having a job here next year, but someone needs to say these things. This school has not lived up to the promises that were made to us. People make life decisions based on their kids' education, and we're just one of so many dedicated families that are choosing a different educational path because of decisions that are being made at the lycée. I know it's a challenge to sit on this board, which again, I'd like to tell you all thank you. But I want you to look at this job as not only a business decision, but the impacts that your decisions make on real people, real families, and real kids. This is not a joke. I have dedicated more than the majority of people at this school to build this school to be a better person. And my complaints have fallen on deaf ears for years. And I am grateful that Graham is on the board as a staff member and as a parent, because he is the only person that has ever said anything that I can relate to. And that's a big deal for me. And that's it. We have to make some changes, guys. We have to figure out how to keep students and staff here at our lycée, or there is no lycée. And I need you to understand that. Thanks.
So we have a time for one more. Melissa Harris.
Hi, I'll be brief. I don't know Graham. He sounds wonderful, but I don't really have an opinion one way or the other as to whether he should be on the board. I can say though, I'm an attorney. What concerns me is that, we don't like gray areas, right? So, I can handle if you say this particular person violated this particular provision for these reasons, and it's very clear cut. I get that, but this seems very gray to me. There have been references to legal opinions that suggest that he did violate confidentiality, and references to legal opinions that he didn't. And I think when you have a situation like that, you're in an arena of discretion. And I think a lot of people are upset because they feel like the board is choosing to exercise its discretion to silence someone who they don't agree with or who they don't like. I don't know that that's true, but what I'm saying is that's the perception, and that's why it's important to have clear-cut rules about what you can or can't do on the board. So again, I don't know whether I don't personally. To me, it didn't look like it violated confidentiality. But again, I think people are concerned that this is being used as a guise to get someone off the board that you don't like or don't agree with. And so that's all I have to say.
I have like 45 seconds left. The next person is Ray Horder, who doesn't indicate she wants to speak, or he or she wants to speak. But the question is, if Graham is not renewed, does that end parent representation / voice on the board? Our bylaws allow for 1 to 2 parent members. We currently have 1, if that's what you're referencing. Or 2, excuse me, but we also have another parent member. And with that, time's up. There's 2 public comments that didn't make it in the 30 minutes. I'm going to stick those at the end of the general comment section, which we have 30 minutes on, and allow you guys to speak then if we get to that, if there's enough time. But you're welcome to not speak if we call your name and you don't want to speak then.
Closing the comments. There is a motion to remove Gordon Bosworth for a second term of the LFNO Board of Directors. All those in favor? Madam Secretary, 3 votes. All those opposed? Madam Secretary, 4 votes. Abstentions? 2 abstentions. The motion does not carry. He is not renewed. So next we have other committee reports. I'm going to say I don't believe Ann Norman is here and presenting.
I think was there someone here to present on her behalf? Okay, no.
We currently don't have an athletics committee chair, so we do not have an athletics committee report. Last committee report is Culture and Community Committee report, Dr. Sharon Roberts.
The Culture and Community Committee will continue its work beginning in August, regularizing our meetings along with all other boards. One of the next steps that we're going to do is work with a few representatives of the PTO committee with regards to engaging parents around a wide range of issues. Again, I'm going to repeat the call that I made earlier on. I am here to engage with every parent on every issue and become educated as a new board member so that I can find ways to be meaningful in this work. And that's my call to all parents. Thank you.
So item on the agenda is the new business and action items. There's an education on there with a hyperlink, I believe. Madam Secretary stepped out.
It's the LAPCS Joint Leadership Academy. I believe Lauren, myself, and Mr. Amos. I don't know if anyone else participated in it before, but it's a board training for board current and prospective board members. I heard some voices tonight, people who are interested in being on the board. It's a wonderful training for that. It's also a wonderful training for people who are currently on the board. I've submitted an application to do it a second time because I did it before I became a board member, and now that I am a board member, I'm excited to do it with the perspective of actual experience. So the link here is active on the agenda, but you can go online and submit an application. I highly recommend.
The next item on the agenda is general public comment period.
Okay. Our first person is Victoria, I'm sorry, Praying. All right, can you hear me? Oh, that's not something I hear often. All right, I've been with the school since it began. 3 of my kids have been with Lycée since the first year. I didn't know anything about Graham, but I can say that I have had concerns that have, like you have heard before, that when Mr. Bartlett was in charge, I felt heard. I felt like we were making progress. It wasn't perfect. I didn't always agree with Mr. Bartlett, but I felt like we were making progress, and I felt that there was a path. I was very concerned, and in recent years have been very, very concerned about the path of Lycée, and I am most concerned with the HR integration and alignment report, bullet 1, with the employee dissatisfaction in every category the survey measured. As an administrator myself with 10 years experience, that's a feat in every category. And I want to urge the board to make sure that beyond the CEO, you make the next steps to rectify the trust that has been broken and the fear that the teachers have, that the staff has, because we will not be able to move forward. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that comment. A second, Max Ehrenberg.
Hello, my name is Max Hamburg. I'm a parent here at Lycée. I want to start off by thanking the principals and staff who take care of my child on a daily basis. You guys spend more time with my kid throughout the course of the year than waking hours than I do. And I trust you, and I thank you. And we're here to support you in the work that you do. The events of the last few months have shown how dysfunctional the administration of Lycée has been. It is the board's responsibilities to provide oversight. This has happened because of you. The whistleblowers report was by and large substantiated by the independent consultant you hired. This is an indictment of your leadership. The meeting today and how it's been run is shameful. You started out with business to renew a contract that was in violation of Louisiana law. You should have known better. It proves your ineptitude. The parents and community of Lycée have no confidence in your ability to lead us through this. You have made every effort to minimize and silence parent voices and input regarding the education of our children. We demand more parent control, more parental involvement on the board, and a say in hiring of the next CEO and any other administrative positions that come available, as well as in the selection of future board members. Shameful what you've done.
Delaney Walmer.
Hi, good evening. Again, my name is Delaney Vollmer. I'm the parent of two Lycée students. I came before you on May 17th. We were on Zoom, and the scope of the contract from Fazand Consultants was presented. And I specifically asked the question, and I don't know if it's in the minutes because we haven't seen them. Were these allegations in this report that nobody had even confirmed it existed, even though several of us had heard rumors and were trying to get copies of it through public records? We didn't know for sure at that point. But we knew something was up, and the board wouldn't acknowledge it. But at that meeting, we were assured that the scope of this investigation, you pointed me to the first page of the contract, where it said, Fazand Consultants, and I'm quoting, will launch a thorough, confidential investigation. Last week, we were in this building on June 10th, and I asked again, it sounds like we're talking about HR processes. Are you not concerned about the serious allegations leveled against our admin? And board members cried. Board members looked me in the eye and said, we do care. We have to follow the procedures. And I said, I respect that. I can wait. I waited. And I sat here tonight, and the very first thing that Ms. Fazand said, well, the first thing I noticed, actually, was that Ms. Fazand was not sitting independent of the board or other people. She was cozied up to somebody in this room, which seemed very curious to me, given the allegations this person was supposed to be investigating. But Ms. Fazand stood up, and the first thing she said was her job was not to investigate. Despite the scope of her contract, the very first line, she said it would be a thorough investigation. Later on, she said it was not in the scope of her work to investigate anyone. In the report, she says that there's an ongoing Department of Labor investigation. And you know what? That is true. There are. There's one. I've heard there's two. Again, I can't get public records. I'm trying.
Give you a time count.
Okay, thank you. So my concern is, again, as I have stated in two other public meetings, that there have been very serious allegations. I'm not defaming anyone. This is all public record. There have been allegations of various things, which again, I don't want you to kick me out, so I'm not going to mention them because you know what they are. There have actually been crimes leveled against people in admin, and the board has never said anything, and we've let this person come here and say, well, my job wasn't to investigate. Yet that was on the first page. And now no one seems to be addressing what's left on the table that was in that report, that we saw email evidence of, that we saw all of these various things, and we've heard nothing. And it seems like it's now been tabled.
Okay, next is Nina Quinn again. She's still here. Do I see her? There she is.
To go on the public record that on June 15th, I sent an email to all of our administrators requesting that the student handbook be updated this summer. Specifically, Tier 2 behaviors need to be updated to include harassment and or bullying based on race, gender, sexuality, and religion with a Tier 2 consequence of suspension. I have heard back from multiple members of the administration team, which I appreciate, and I trust that this will happen. Just wanted to make sure that the board was aware. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Allie Lofton.
Thank you all for sticking through this tonight. Tumultuous. Graham, I'm sorry. I think the phrase of the year is, it is what it is, but it's not right. There was a lot presented tonight that have great concern. I like analogies, so I'll give you another one. You know when y'all get to pick a cereal out of the cereal aisle? It's like the creme de la creme, Lucky Charms, Captain Crunch, whatever y'all's favorite was as a kid. And you're like, sweet! I got the best one! I got Lisay! I got the best cereal in the aisle. Except for you open it up and you eat it, and you got the off-brand kind. You're like, something doesn't taste right about this. Something's a little funny. I hope that's not what I got. There's a lot of cause for concern here tonight. I gave that example because it's very literal. I was sold. It was marvelous. I'm ready to get to work. You will see my application. You will see me on every volunteer opportunity. I will use my knowledge, my skills, my experience, and any ability I can to propel this school forward. I own my own business. When they come to you with concerns, you ask them, what are your proposals for solutions? And I will be there offering them. I am not at your mercy, spouting concerns with no solutions. I have them and I will be here. I'm ready to get my hands dirty and I'm ready to get to work, and I hope you all are too. Because what we just saw tonight feels like we completely got disregarded. Thank you.
Gaston Gallier.
Mr. Amos, earlier you asked Ms. Fazan about the breakdown in communications at our school. In a word, I believe that this is due to a lack of open and honest communication. Delaney raised some great questions regarding Ms. Fazan's work. One of the most concerning statements in that document that she provided for me was the fact that not all the documentation she requested was provided by the school. She could not complete her work as scoped out and agreed to by the school and by the board. Further, talking about Mr. Bosworth, Mr. Amos, you noted the importance of trust and honesty. Tonight, it was disclosed that Ms. Fazan was a former parent. No matter how long ago or how distant that connection, it doesn't feel independent. It doesn't feel transparent. It doesn't feel like it can be completely trusted. I don't understand why we can't find independent and trustworthy reviews of our processes. As a parent, the last few weeks have been a lot, but mostly they've left me feeling embarrassed. I do echo Mr. Ehrenberg's earlier sentiment, and that is the fact that our employees and our teachers who I trust my son to come to school with every day don't feel comfortable approaching our administration and don't feel comfortable approaching most of you that sit on the board. That is truly a sign of a larger problem that needs to be addressed at this school. If you take nothing else from this meeting, this long and painful meeting, I encourage you to take that. When I sit here, and I don't come to many of these meetings, and that's by choice, quite honestly, but when I sit here in this meeting and I listen to the frustration, the dissent, and at the base and core of it, a lack of respect that's displayed inside of this room, is it really a surprise? It's not to me. While there is a CEO position, there are principals and administrators inside of this organization. You as the board are the leadership. You are the top of this school. We need strong leadership. We need it from the board at this time. Your focus needs to be on finding the truth. You need to focus on doing what is right, even and most importantly when it's difficult. Graham, thank you for your service to this board. And to the rest of the board members, thank you for your continued service.
Thank you. I don't think she's still here. Desiree Oakland. I think she had to leave. Okay. Ms. Spring, Mrs. Sweet.
I'm a business professional. I've worked in many industries, and my last job, I spent 11 years working in the online marketing industry, and there's nothing shadier. I'm going to tell you right now. Almost. My time at the New Orleans public school system in 2002 was pretty goddamn shady, especially when the FBI came in. I am so disappointed that this is where Lycée is. My son was supposed to graduate from here. I brought him to Sorbonne, to Torrent. I brought him to Paris. He will not be attending now. The school has been run like a kingdom, and it needs to stop. This is not a kingdom. It is about the community. In this school particularly, this is a state charter. I have family members who live in other parishes who have children much younger than my son who chose Lycée because of my son's education. They are here. They have issues. They are calling me to get back involved. I got stuff at the Franklin to do. Luckily, they've got it together, and I don't have to be so involved. So going forward, I will be involved. This school is too important to the metropolitan area to fail. And right now, y'all are failing. Thank you all for your time. I have sat on boards. I know how much work it is, but it's going to be more challenging at this point.
Okay, Ginger Whitty. Did you want to speak, or do you want me to read this out loud? You're welcome to either. Okay, go for it. No, please speak. I just didn't. I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't want to be on the spot.
Needless to say, I haven't spoken at a meeting in a few years. I'm a long-term parent, a long-term employee, and I got a call from another parent the other day, and they said, "Is it really a toxic work environment, or is this just being blown out of proportion?" And what I can say is I don't think there would be the kind of turnover at this school if it wasn't a toxic work environment. I don't know if I'm immune to it. I don't know if I have an iron, armor in defense of it. I don't know. I know that I love this school, though. I love this school. I love the promise of this school. I always have. I always will. But I really would like to have a term sheet. I'd really like to know if I have a job next year. I have to come back in 5.5 weeks, and I don't know if I'm going to. I don't think this is fair. I think it it runs to the end of adding to more disgruntled employees who continue to look for answers and get none. So please help me, help us get answers to our questions. Let me know if I have a job next year. That'd be awesome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Emily Holt, are you still here? I think you might have gone. Okay. And last, Darren Belts. This was for the vote on Graham. You still have to, okay.
Hi, guys. I guess the first thing I'd like to ask is a question to Matthew, since you're chair. This is unrelated to anything else, but did we get the amendment into the state before the deadline? Did that go before Bessie?
We did get it in before the deadline. I will tell you, this is not a Q&A, and we covered it earlier, but I want you to have that information.
Yes.
Instead of having to go back and listen.
Yeah, by the way, I was listening, but I did not hear that part, so.
We did get it in before the deadline. So Bessie didn't accept it. We're waiting on Bessie to see if they will provide us an emergency hearing in July. So that way we can get permission to use them.
So we can get permission to use them in their campus and police room when it is available and in service. And finally be able to give you the answer of where your child's going to be going to school and what building. Now, I remember that question from the last meeting, and that's what's driving our meetings tomorrow and Friday with Emily and Bessie. That was my first one because that was my personal. Thank you. I can actually answer all about it. So, I'm a little disappointed in the vote against Graham today. I want to point out, you guys know my history, especially you, Keith. Been around a long time. I've been here since the second year of the school. I've been probably 90% of board and committee meetings since probably November, December of that year. Okay, so that was before every single one of you, including Keith, came into existence at this school. Before every administrator just about at this school, I think there's only maybe 2 people who were on staff that are still on staff today. So I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot of board members come and go. I've seen a lot of shenanigans. I've seen a lot of things that would be classified as unethical. I just want to point out that the reason that you gave for not renewing Graham's second term is not legitimate in my eyes, because there's been so many things that were done in the past that put this school and the charter at risk. And I think that this one was probably pretty minimal by comparison to the history. So I just want you to know that and have that information out there in the public comment and on the record. I appreciate those who voted for Graham. I appreciate those who abstained. But I wish that it would have gone a different way. I think that Graham had a lot to offer this board. I very much appreciate all of the time all of you guys put in. I try to tell you guys that anytime I write to you. I try to tell you that in person at all the meetings. I feel like I get to know each one of you a little bit at each one of our committee meetings. And I'd like to see some real change at this point. We have come to a crossroads here where we're having new leadership come in, and I'd like to see some real change. I'd like for you guys to start listening to these guys. There needs to be a community. One thing that has changed in the last few years is the community has gone way down by comparison to what it used to be. Okay, so I really would like to see you guys start to engage with us and hear us as a group. I know just about everybody in this room. I've talked to just about everybody in this room about the school in the years. And when I come to you at these meetings, these committee meetings, and these board meetings, and I tell you that I've talked to parents and they're upset about this or that, these guys that came out tonight, and a lot of them are online, those are the people I'm talking about. Okay, you all know, especially Keith knows that I talk to just about everybody at school. So I appreciate it. Thanks for hearing me, and let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Belts.
Is there any other public comments? Next, we have remarks from board members. Are there any remarks? Anyone? Seeing none, that was the next item. We have a motion to adjourn by all means. Is there a second? Mr. Bosworth? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the motion to adjourn? Seeing none, there's a motion on the floor to adjourn. All those in favor? It carries unanimously. Thank you.
Au revoir to bonne nuit. Bonnes vacances.